Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Mini Pave 250 for 2024. We have got some of South Australia's greatest off-roaders out here racing for you this weekend. We're going to have quite a few people here for you. We should be live on the internet there. Hopefully people can hear us there. I've been having a bit of trouble with this computer still mucking me around, trying to give me some other notifications. So hopefully you can hear what's going on out there. You're getting music in the background there as well. So we've been going over the top of what's being said. Let's hope that everything's working correctly there for you. So, yes, it should be pretty good. Should be an excellent bit of racing. And Tony Wayne down to Ryan here. Toby. Just vent here for you. You can see we've got 4 cameras set up here for you this weekend. So thumbs up if you can hear me live out there on YouTube. If anyone's out there, just give us a thumbs up. I'll see that. I'll turn off any notifications here today. Into this car, Kyle. Just had a run there at Loveday the other weekend. Very quick competitor, thanks to Tucker Transport. Next on the start line, we should have our super fast Volvo. Yes, this is Toby Ryman. And Toby has alongside Alan Fennell, thanks to Gallo Steve Fabrication. Oh, that's yeah. Fury Traders. History of here. Sarah. The 2 PR machine. Brett Rogers, Brett Richardson, thanks to Advanced Viticulture and Management, Springton Hotel, Regal Concrete, Central Truck Tyres, Springfield Park. This is a Ridge Racing Frame. Joke with us. Really. So starting off the road there, 4 screens, as you can see, there's a little bit of dust out here. So, Margot, if you're listening at home, can you just send me an SMS to let me know everything's working on YouTube, please? Thank you very much to all of our supporters out here. You're watching the Middle Pave 250. This is the Prologue. This is where they determine the starting order for this afternoon's race. That's why there's only a few cars out there at the moment. So we're having the Prologue here 11 o'clock, and then we'll start section 1, heat 1. There's going to be 2 lots of the field put together. Wow, there we go. That's Toby Waitley and our only trophy truck here this afternoon. Absolutely flying, thanks to Loveday 4x4, Park SPH Engineering, Lights Force, ARB Off-Roading Online. Drone getting some magnificent footage there. He seems to be the only one that's staying dust-free at the moment. The dust definitely interfering a little bit with our signal. Probably see that around Australia with a lot of these events. No matter where you are, you can't put the dust. So on the start line now, don't know if that was a late start or what there. See, lost in the dust. Behind in the truck there. Toby Ryman comes through to complete his first lap of this Prologue circuit. That's all they're going to do, really, is one lap. So, welcome to the live coverage here. As usual, we're doing a test for the Prologue. It's fantastic. That's the 2BR machine, Rick Rogers coming through in the Ridge Racing frame Joker. Pretty good there. So there's a lot of dust there as one of the gutter letters. I think that's taking off there was the Jamaica Express. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. All sorts of fun here trying to get the dust to blow away. It's a very slight breeze here at the moment. So we'll leave Adams Aerial Services out there with his drone. Absolutely fantastic. The track being beautifully prepared by the Clark team. Timco champion, belonging to one of the Gadaletta twins. After getting both of those cars open, one's a 7 litre, one's a 6.2, I believe. Both matching, both red. So, once again, apologies if you're getting some of the stream not. Go to the super source there. Get 4 screens at once to show you exactly what's going on. Bad BD out there, spectators for end of the Richmond. Start line there, we've got the 52. One of our Territorians. That there is a very famous buggy. Just get a letter across the line there. DJ Smart, his pro buggy. It's a lot of thanks to Smart Off-Road Mechanical, coming all the way down for his second go here at Port Germein. So your TV's not fuzzy if you're watching at home the live screen. It's just see how much dust around here. Yes, the 921 there taking off. Simon Baker, of course. That's Darren Nissen chasing him down too. We've got a lot of competitors going to be lost in the dust. At Port Germein, Samphire Road, plenty of spectator room here, $10 to get in. All day, fantastic racing. That's Matt Curtis taking over there. One of our pros. So that's what the dust does to Wi-Fi signals. So that's Ben McNamara, a 7 litre, making some big noise in the background there. For the drones on one of the Gadaletta twins. So we've got about 36 entries, I think, now. Now, the triple one of Stephen Brown off the start line here. That's a Chenoweth DR2B, one of the thousands of military-style buggies you would have seen out built in America. And thousands upon thousands. I've got a few photos there of them all lined up to deliver to the military, a whole heap of single-seaters, but that's what you'll see in any of the Chuck Norris movies and those sorts of activities. And the Chenoweth, we're going to start line now. So, we're into our pro lights now. This looks very much like 6121. That's Tony Waitley with Doug Carthew alongside. This is a brand new Navigator. It's the new Flash Victories Club Day. So Tony's first race in this, he let Jodie race it at home. And here, speaking of her, here is Jodie Baron and Cindy Carthew. And they're going to chase Tony down. It's a battle of the Maverick X3 versus the off to the side of the track there, we've got one of our competitors. That's the Curtis machine that's pulled up. Drone's caught up and having a bit of a look at. Next, we've got Michael Barham and Steve Mulder and their Can-Am Maverick X3. They're off for their Prologue. We have no link to live timing this weekend, so I'll be getting a delivery here from young Charlie, who's part of the Club Day official duties to run back and forth with any timing for me. There goes Simon, the 9-2-1. Simon Baker, of course, with Michael Lesky, the polisher, alongside this weekend. And that's Dazzling Daryl Nissen. He's been around for donkeys. Here's Dazzling Daryl. Andrew Harness alongside there. Unbelievable amount of kilometres he gets out of this. On the start line now, Jamie Parker. Our only Class 8 here with his sister, Naomi, better known as Noam, alongside. Street four-wheel drive. This is Patrol. Great to see him. He had a motor out the other day. He was a back in again. So a huge amount of work going into this car to be here this weekend, and he's still here 2 days early. So well done to the crew there, the Parker crew. So, I'm listening out there. I share this one. Share the YouTube for people. The finest, only live stream out there. Here goes. Summer Toilets. Sponsored 1035 Southern Cross Mark 4 there. You know who that is, don't you? Yes, well, you know who the navigator is. Gavin, punching thanks to him. Gavin, Stephen Brown completes his prologue. Things happening fast out here at Loveday. Loveday, see? That was a couple of weekends ago, Lyndon. Wake up, you're at the mini Pave 250 down Samphire Road. Port Germein, apologise everyone in advance. Yes, I've got the hats on here. I'm your director, your producer, your announcer, and your person that remembers that he has stage. Yeah, thank you with us this weekend. Shout out to all the rest of the off-road races. And I think Rainbow could be on this weekend. I think there's some stuff up in Queensland. Well, getting ready to play it. There is Matt Wrigley in his single seat. He's the constructor of racing frames. That's another. 6-2-1. Yes, well, that's Jody Waitman or Jody Baron. I'm trying to look out the window and do everything else here for you, but we've got the split screen on here at the moment. You could probably, yeah, there we go. That's so just chasing the train. That's the 1074 Desert Rat DR1 of David Adams. Listen to gear there, Dave. Oh, he's had to pull over. Apologies, commentators first. Coming around for a finish is Jamie Parker, who we wrap with that. And this is an absolute weapon when it's going at this in control. As I said, you're watching the Prologue here at the Mini Pave 250. Round 3 of the Motorsport Australia South Australian Off-Road Challenge. About 36, 37 entries somewhere around there. That's changing on again. And as David Adams getting out of his car, not what we want to see. It's the 10. So we're getting a lot of mixture of what's going on here. The 10008 now. That's Shane Greening. His sports light. It's a Autocraft. His sports light. So recovery from Dr. David Adams. We got a line of fines of C Bandstone. Brad Greer and the Ridge Race Joke. Kicking up from Super 16 fifth to back still short category. And of course, you can just see the aura going past there with Gavin Chartworthy and Budgie Langsford, the world's greatest navigator. He doesn't need to look at this track very much. He works for Mini Pave. So he's out here being grading the track, getting it all ready for the Prologue here this weekend. 009. That's a patent check. Garrity in a tiny built sports like the GSXR. Of course, 20 years. One of our major sponsors for the Northern Territory versus South Australia run-off this afternoon. Getting back to us pretty quickly is Matt Ridley. I reckon that's going to be a pretty fast time. As I said, the live timing is not live to everybody. It's only live to people around the track here. I don't have the facilities to bring any of this information up. But if I be handed on the paperwork eventually, I'll tell you exactly what it's timing. Brand new timing. After the photocopy we come out of that, and if you're looking at the green screen with the pulsing there of that's that one there, that's return to home. That's telling you battery's low. 102.7 of Jim Shep with Aaron Bromnitz navigating. 21. A lot of cars being shuffled through here. Fox here, fantastic facility. Right, apologies if you're having some audio dramas with us here today. But the dust does interfere with a lot of our. But as long as I do reckon you're hearing me out here somewhat. And I reckon people are saying it's the noise of the cars going past reverberating, and I can't. So there at the moment. So big bad BD's main camera. I've got him on. So I think thank you very much to Magical Margot there at Eden Hills, Dangerous Dale listening alongside. You heard that clearly there, Margot. Yes, that's what it is. We get people breaking in here. I'm sorry, apologies. I don't realise going live sometimes. But here comes our Class 5s and for this two-wheel drive, Dennis Barini, 19/47. That's through the territory. Welcome back down to here again. Just be careful, people out there in the campsite. There's been a snake spotted moving around there. I'm sure we're probably it's home ground, wondering what's going on. So just be extra vigilant out there in the campsite and go tell the officials if you do find this little reptile, and we'll get it relocated. So once again, just watch out. Make sure that everyone stays safe out there this weekend. Thank you very much for passing on the information. But if you want anything to tell us here, go to all of the officials here and If I turn on my recovery. Yeah, you can definitely see the dust is affecting the signal. Apologies to everybody if you see some of our equipment name coming across the screen. I'm pretty sure that's my brother, Big Bad BD out there, that's probably kicking the ground a few times. Not the happiest person in the world when this sort of thing happens, but very passionate. And yes, he does have 20 roads around the track there this weekend. So on screen at the moment, you can see the flying Commodore there. Great to see these guys down from the territory. Had a really good time last time. Lots of fans up there in the territory for this car. Dennis has got Jamie alongside this weekend. It is a 6-litre Commodore, thanks to Janda Carpenters and Builders, Blue Dust NT, Brush Tech, Narco, Chris Neck Consulting, Paul Tech, and NT Link Transportable Buildings have brought the Dennis DeBrenny Performance 2-wheel drive Black Attack Commodore here this weekend. What a weapon. Super sauce there. Go have a look. So great news. We're getting all of vision out here this weekend. I think I've spread about 2 litres of fluid here. Trying to get ready, no matter how prepared you are. Electronics is a fun thing to play with. 4 screens are very clear. I'm keep getting reports there. If you hear this ding in the background, thank you to my mum, Margot, who had a birthday. Happy birthday. And yes, when it drops out, it is the A and B needs saving battery or just the dust around their Wi-Fi, because this is all hands-free. Pretty see it freeze there. That's what it is. That's just the dust playing up on all. Poor old BD. We'll go back to drone footage there of the Brenny machine getting over the line there. Yeah, getting a lot of pixelation. Big bad, but that's just the way it is. See the dust there, and there's lower camera and tries to clear away. I've got 2 cameras next to me, one out of one window, one out of the other, hence why they're not moving very much. And we've got Action Adam of Adams Aerial Services out there. Him looking down at us here. You can see the bus there on the right of screen, that's your timing. And if you can see the silver roof and a little green building, all this noise and pictures are coming from today. Behind me, there's all of the pits assembly. And behind that, you can see the superb sheltered spectator area there on the far left. You go to the right there, you've got car parking, and then into the pits or camping area. We've got the diner, all sorts. So fully catered here, fully licensed. Got toilets, showers, cleaning bay, workshop, everything you need here. And people camped in amongst the mallee there behind. So this is down Samphire Road, Port Germein in South Australia. You want to Google us, Google Maps, and come on down. Really happy to see you there. There's good enough signal here for you to be able to watch this live yourself, as well as listen to us on the loudspeaker or whatever you want to do. But come on down here. There is lots of space available. All the dust is free dust all day. So come on down and enjoy some of South Australians' quality off-road racing. Now, here we've got a new guy speaking to Stephen Schultz this morning. He was just a tad nervous, he said to me. He's got past there already. Where is he? Oh, up to number 6. You'll probably see him going away in the background there. First race for this car. He spent all year preparing this vehicle. He'd like to thank Rock Solid Building, Williams Boxing and Gym, Lincoln Tyre and Brakes, Outback Mining Services and EP Automotive. Yes, he's from the Eyre Peninsula down Port Lincoln Way. It's a tiny built GSXR 1300, built 2012, and it's got a 1340 Hayabusa engine. Power that machine, so the 1085 single-seater sports light. Welcome to the sport, Stephen. Got some other guys out here that have been running around as well. Some all new. This is like going to select super sorts and falls out on me. There we go, comes back and we go back there. There we go. The 222 there, that's Troy Purcell with Alan Morris navigating. It's a Ribmaster 16 fifth machine. See him running off down there. Still a little bit of maintenance here. Just let BD know that he's on, he's off. See if I can get him to talk. So hopefully he won't yell too much to me here. You. That's the 663. That's Tim Lally. Steve Dennis there. This is their first time in the ex-Jamaica Maverick X3 Can-Am, thanks to Southern Air Trailers. These guys got introduced to this morning. Pretty keen. Yeah, here. So welcome to the sport. That's the two new guys that I know at the moment. There's a few others there, but here comes Stephen Schultz for his first finish. So he'll be wrapped with that. There's a whole lot of nerves leaving the system now. Have a chat with him on the SMS. He's got a Commodore there that's the registration plate is TYRE space FKR. And it does some pretty wild burnouts. Go have a look at Stephen Shorten's website there. Now we got here. The 266. This is Tyson Battersby. An Oakley buggy, thanks to Melrose Motors. Probably that's Kaylee Battersby navigating at 1650. Apologies if I get any of your names wrong. Come and see me afterwards. Pass on the message to the officials. We'll get everything. So we get all of your sponsors, your announcers. We'll announce all the sponsors. And if you hear some funny stuff background, that's the Recovery channel. Turn that down a little bit. So as I said, welcome to the Mini Pave 250, proudly brought to you by Mini Pave Concrete, Pave, Bitumen and Samphire Creations. Yes, that's Ian and Brenda's Barclay combined businesses. And welcome you here to Port Germein, around 3 of the Motorsport Australia stations. See Samphire Road, you've got a canteen bar, camping. Come on down here and just enjoy the beautiful race conditions we have here this weekend. Here's a finish for the 222. Of course, Troy Purcell with Alan Morris side. You looking Rivermaster? I'm entirely sure, but that could be the ex-Nick Bird. Entirely sure. Don't vote. So running through what we're going to be doing for you this weekend. Currently, we're just getting through all of our prologue here. And at 12 o'clock, about 25 minutes, we'll be having our first heat, section 1. That'll basically get about an hour to complete that. About 7 minutes average they've allocated for everybody to do the prologue. So heat 2 will follow after completion of heat 1, of course, and all the latecomers and late time has been exhausted. So they're planning to start heat 2 today at 2:30. And that'll be a lot more distance for the competitors to travel. It's 2.5 hours allocated for that one. Then tomorrow we've got just 2 heats. Starting at 8:20. So one will be going 3 hours and we'll have another one for 3 hours. So she's going to be a total of today for heat 1, 2 laps. For heat for section 2 will be 5 laps this afternoon. And tomorrow 6 laps. It's going to be a lot of fast and furious action. So there'll be copyright problems there. And see a drone just waiting there, having a look down on most of the warm-up track to your far right. You can almost just see. So Big Bad BD out there in his camera searching for a bit of action. I think action in a drone there. Oh, there he goes. Oh, yeah. Look, that's where it is. The green, follow the green line. He's already gone through another battery. It's got a whole heap of them out here today. That's 256. That there's.
Does it get any better or same or what? Can you hear me? Does it get any better or it could be the position of the receiver down that end just not quite high enough? Something.
Well, pressed up at that point.
We're watching it now at the moment. Come down there and get it away from that metal. That might pick it up a bit. Yep, all right, I'll do it now. Better.
Yes, beware of scammers out there in the live land. Currently, we've got a couple of cameras that are actually working. See 5 and 6 there. As you can see, you probably see Big Bad BD walking back towards us. See if we can get the receiver to break away from a little bit of this dust and keep everybody informed as to what's going on out there. Shout out to Chris Johnson, Cole Johnson. Where are you, Cole? Just got a bent arm, I reckon. So looking forward to seeing these guys here this weekend. And they weren't. So maybe we'll see you out next season there. So they're watching us live there at home. Feel free to share this live transmission from Big Bad BD. It's the only one. It doesn't cost you a cent. Don't pay, don't give any credit card. Just log into YouTube, Big Bad BD, one word, and you'll find the Mini Pave 250 logo. And if you're home there at the moment, you'll probably see that coming up on screen. That's what you want to look for. If you're watching on a friend's phone, trying to search for it, there it is. So when I have some information, I shall pass that on to you. Keep you entertained there with some more reels. Waiting for some Prologue results. And madly processing at the computers at the moment. We had our last competitor go past. Can-Am X3. Just running through some videos here for you. It's one for so it says there, get there, competitors into something. Simply start the race this weekend. This is video and so Tucker was interested, but Too much water through the race car. Great job over to company, and they struggled to work everything this guy was. I like to get in the race. We did these spectacles at the Southern Cross Country. Yes, they were all on the severe race. Just the areas of his actual space was to the same environment on our way. Some years in the rescue facilities available, so ideally, GTD, funding. I remind myself the young lady that donated about 2 years ago was only really new. Thank you very much. Support from the local area here is just absolutely fantastic. See across the Gulf here, it's clear electric front of me. So I can go try YouTube. Go 70 years. The moment sidelines. Well, it's fine. Read the out there. Years ago, this continue help get over 50 subscribers. That's what we want to have like that. Don't take my first things, but they made their lives out and still I subscribers. That's like when you find off the go. Space, not I that's where it's right. You can post so weird, right? It's a great sight to live in. Well, Bruce, all right, so you're sometimes like that's things is said for a sorry, it's fun. So yeah, it's very very slide go. This is what it knows. Strength on. Take a deep manager and says, also get it. Do you have plans? So it's doing plan right. We really enjoy recording this sort of things out for you. Let's get it done. Take on that. That's that. Need to create space for that. It wasn't like Pave took us over again. It's always going to throw the towns like that. More and more must press butter. It's like lots things. Properly taking nicely with foreign wines. It's all gone. So the line 5 finding another town was got some stuff. Set up shame. So 15 for us to display that one. After you finish watching here, when you pay 250, I suggest that you go find Ben Matthew, OBR. The same. Shots are clean. It's absolutely superb. First live, absolutely fine. Race cars. It gives a fantastic respect for his team. Oh, it's like trying to get involved. Excuse me. Get out there and they're going to update 4x4 parts. Website. Fine. In fact, kangaroos there regarding the place. So it's time to have trained race cars and farmers. Don't be taking over. But Tony, latest model is Jody. What that was like. So next year, there's a pretty strong move. So it's two other parties to the job. Love those cars, yes. A lot of these race cars, so quite an experience in yourself. And we get you in, that's the way it's right. Out there, a lot of those they hot lap, they hot ride in the trophy track. There's so many things available too. Coach is now in the hands of Kyle Tucker on the scooter. Tucker transport. And also you picked up a can in the other day. And you checked three weeks. And you back in and there. So once the off-road racing on the team. The certainly stays down to appreciate it. The road racing guy comes to the song and hands a Toby Cooper. And if you can see what's going happening on stage, very nice. I took picture for this. Yes, all of these are class A in the spring. Robin's sister team, right? Jamie and Aaron. We will to start at 6 this time, but I'm still 17 count results. Top left here, that's they'll just get a it's probably 19 box. Toby Cooper knows this area well. We had a look at here a couple of years ago. But race. Gold, 50. Okay, can you hear me? Again, I hope you can. Apologies if you didn't hear me online. Well, thank you for keeping it made for the opinion. That's because Yeah, something's carrying myself here at the moment. So apologies if you're struggling to hear us, but I think we're probably back on channel now. I hope. Good. So looking at what we've got around the place, I see some preparation going on in the pit area. So if you're hearing some speaking there before, have you? That's more than likely my brother's camera picking up people in the spectator area. It's pretty sensitive shotgun microphone. Clear, and you can hear an echo. I can't do much about the echo. Okay. Thank you very much to Chris Johnson and Margot Wilson there, letting me know. You know my number. Just send me an SMS. I can hear it go ding. Sorry to everybody hearing that. We're doing something nice. I've got all sorts of remote controls and stuff in front of me here. It is fantastic. Just for treatment. Watching the Pave 250. Just off of Samphire Road, Port Germein, South Australia. Keep north, Port Perry, South Port Augusta. Beautiful plain triangle of South Australia. Pretty hot out here today, some people would say. It's an absolutely superb day. So we're looking at, I think it's 26 degrees or 27 degrees, that's 29 just up the road. So either way, shorts and t-shirt weather. A little bit of dust in the air. But yeah, apologies if you're tuning in here waiting to say, hey, season section 1 is supposed to start. Before. So the timing box next to me. Of course, they can give me the prologue, so they've got to get all the times to the competitors as well. For me, more or less, so we can get some formation happening. I can hear a lot of cars and all that. There is facilities here for cars to get out there and move around, warm up the gearbox and transmission. It won't take too much today, I'd say. But looks big smiles out there this morning. Very much a racer's favourite here, a very forgiving track in the form of not a lot of trees to run into, no boulders, rocks at all in the track. You do find one. Ian Barclay, are you for it? That's how confident he is of having no problems out here. On track, it's super smooth, great sedan track. Speaking of which, here comes Ian Barclay. Thank you very much. You want to say a quick word? Can't, Ian. You're live right now, Ian. Well, thank you anyway for everyone here this weekend. His lovely wife, Renda, there, and her family helping in the catering area. So thank you very much to Ian Barclay. He's just delivered me a spring water. Oh, absolutely superb. Pretty sure everyone is here on the outside. See, we're just patiently waiting for event timing to be ready. Let's stick my head out the door here. It's actually getting a bit cooler outside here. Oh, I can see Colin Johnson over there. He is here. See Ryder Taylor in the background here. The Volkswagen Motorsport waiting there. Hello, Ryder Taylor. Ryder, what's the track like, mate? Very smooth. Nice slice of chocolate. Very smooth. That's a very apt description. I like that. It's got a similar colour to chocolate. Look at the track out there. That's all right. You've killed them all. You've been here before. How many times have you been on here? About 10 times. So he's very experienced campaigner here. That's where he must have rider, of course, navigated the 256 Boomer, the buggy. There's the powered machine there of his father, Mark Taylor. So you see it in the background there, the helmet's all cleaned up. Get on your rider, always good for a comment. He's doing well. He's over here trying to get some tips there, or he's trying to give some tips to Toby Ryman in the 60 or the 80 turbo-powered Volvo Scorpion buggy. See our event timing people are concentrating very hard with the screen in front of them. Plays a little bit of teething problems with timing. See the two Jimco buggies, 26, 83 of the twins, the Gatletta twins. One of our sponsors here this weekend, Gatletta Steel Fabrication. Then behind, and Frank's even navigating these boys this weekend. His buggy apparently still at home, only for some gearbox repairs. But I'm sure he's both of these boys in absolute Jimco champions. Came out after 2000, those buggies, but really looking good. As we said, apologies, patiently waiting for our timing crew to chase the electronic gremlins out of their equipment. Always a hassle trying to deal with electronics, especially new electronics. There's a couple of systems being trialled here this weekend, and we're hoping that it's going to be someone rush out the door there with some paperwork, come towards us, and we can let you know, because I'm sure Pedal is patiently waiting to say what's going on as well. Good opportunity there to quent the Bar Club bar, or if you're a spectator, or headed up some fantastic goods there. Disco Diner, as I call it. It's got some absolute vintage seating, tableware there from the major sponsors there, Perry's Fuel Distributors, one of their old venues, the flooring, definitely the seats for the rest of it. It's absolutely full on. You've got a super fast chip, it's the last time. Pave is on the first one, you got that fixed for the weekend. So thanks very much to the Scott and Mark. I won't mention your name. Mark Escott? Yeah, I did mention Escott. Thank you very much for doing behind the scenes with all of these electronic stuff. Go to people in Ian Barclay, who's delivered me a hot dog on his way around the race there. Service vehicle, he's just running around. Doesn't know which end is which this weekend, but doing a superb job. And I really appreciate it. The Barclay team create this race, suitably rewarding with a high entry. Plenty more people welcome, plenty more people who want to see you up here. Enjoy this facility. Of course, we had the Segura to handle and you make this all go. It's a goal from Off-Road Association. Successful event here. They're probably with testing of some of my live equipment weekend. Overall, very satisfying weekend here. Just to make sure the tracks are good, had the out heavy equipment maintaining the track. And since then, so if you're hearing a little bit of background noise, they'll got here an echo there. It's just me. It's good. Stop. We've got BB's camera switched on. I'll give up some spectators. If you're asking, why aren't they racing it? Timing on a few problems. What does it look like? Well, bottom line of your screen there. So there's Nick Kerr. He's Rush Truck. Shout out to the Rush Truck boys up there in Queensland. Western Cairns, 3 generations. Ready to give you the ride of your life here in Queensland. Always enjoy watching those guys have a ball and introducing so many people to the sport. Just listening to the praise from Frog's Hollow about the other day. Remembering when Chris Weston first started that, moved up to Queensland, and you just have to look at the strength, the numbers, competitors in Queensland. It would have a lot to do with people having the opportunity to go for a ride, wheel, off-road race cars, the vibrations, the feelings, everything's solid mounted. So every bit of machinery that vibrates is putting that vibration through that tubing towards you, and you're sitting in your seat, you're attached to that tubing, you can feel everything. It is a unbelievable experience, and the bonus of doing off-road racing when you own a car is you're out there for hours and hours and hours being able to participate in this sport. So if you want to experience it here in South Australia, Loveday 4x4 Park has plenty of hot laps available to you. They can talk to you all day. You can camp up there and stay for the weekend, 14 kilometres of Murray Riverfront. Really get to understand what is happening with this sport and whether this sport's for you. And I'm pretty chance that it is. With the advent of the manufacturers being Can-Am, Polaris, Yamaha, Honda, bringing out factory race cars. We only dreamt of that. We had a partial reality. My brother, Big Bad VD's engineer, and we used to sit in the bottom shed there at Eden Hills designing and discussing stuff, and he came up with this cube idea of saying this is the lightest way you can go racing. And there wasn't any gearbox or drive line that would handle that experience. And of course, a few years later, there's the Can-Ams come out, and Tony Waitley and crew were the first to bring them to South Australia to race them. And they progressed now that there's plenty of them available online. There's on Facebook, you'll find plenty of marketplace sales as well as very specific off-road racing race car sales sites to have a bit of a look to see what's going on. Now, the Can-Am Maverick X3 was a game changer with 22 inches of wheel travel being four-wheel drive. So it's 22 inches of wheel travel every corner. Unreal. Just dreamt of back in the day for the new century. Fantastic motorsport. Be able to have four-wheel drive and that amount of wheel travel and a warranty. Wow. Unbelievable. So if you've got a space at home and you're pretty good with the spanners, you can go and dial up and order the parts in. They'll be there pretty quick for you. Most of the suppliers and retailers now for these side-by-side machines are holding stock around the country, so there's a pretty good chance you just be able to remove and repair and replace a part to keep racing again. Not that hard to drive, to learn. You just put them in D and mash the go pedal, and when you want to stop, you press that. And that's it, no clutch and nose, although a lot of that's changing with later model gearboxes being introduced now. So a whole lot of information there and side-by-side series. Yeah, so I've got my number one fan out there, Margot. Yes, thank you. You can, of course, you can hear me beautifully now at the moment. There's no noise happening. All the people on the spectator mound there going, "Oh, that's good. Well, I've got to change." Oh, they can't hear me out there, so change more batteries. That's what's happening. Mm. Right, I think you should be able to hear me around the pits again now. Still on? Still on? Still getting me to go out. That's very good. Excuse me if I feel like I sound like I'm doing. So I've just been told that Big Bad BD's camera, he's found the problem there. He's saying that the sound reverberation coming back causing some interference. So we'll find out how that goes. We'll turn that camera off now. So that's all right. You can hear pretty much everything that's happening outside. Just reverberated through what's going on here inside this building. So my fellow commentators, the Blowflies, doing a great job. So thank you very much to our event sponsors. If you notice or go past any of our event sponsors, please go inside and say, "Hey, I saw your ad on the live stream for the Mini Pave 250. Or I'm here to shop because I saw the coverage of the Mini Pave 250, or I was a spectator and wanted to make it a bigger and better event." This is what we do. Everything that Ian and Brendan get out of this event, they put back into the facilities. So apologies once again for the fact that we're not showing the racing here at the moment. We shall be doing that as soon as we can. There's obviously some technical difficulties happening in the timing bus, which is next to me here. I can hear some language which I can't repeat happening out there. So there are definitely some frustrated people trying their hardest to make this all work. Gone are the old days of stopwatch. God, blimey, I can remember all of the timing boards with about three. If you were a really flash professional team, if you had 3 stopwatches on the top of your clipboard out at Adelaide International Raceway. That was a great judge. And how did I see all this? Well, my father is a life member of the Formula V Association of South Australia. And at OKBD. And yes, so I grew up at Adelaide International Raceway. I was very lucky and privy to be there in the heyday of the 70s. Remember the first race meeting at Adelaide International Raceway out of Virginia. That was owned or built by Fred Walker of the SeaWorld fame. And the very first meeting was sponsored, the whole racetrack sponsored by Chesterfield. And that will test your memory. 1970. Yes, I am that old. And that was a superb race. I mean, it was only a few years later that Bob Jane bought the circuit. But during the 70s there, I got to see, yes, touring car meters. Personally, I didn't like it because I couldn't go into the public area and kick my footy around. There was just so many cars there. But from a memories looking back at it there, to see Alan Grice, Larry Perkins, buddy Alan Moffat, Peter Brock, all of the big names. And I used to be able to sneak around and spy on them. I'm sure of them remember this little kid that used to run away scared when they said boo to him. But the most aggressive one, Larry Perkins. Hello, Larry. Volkswagen Racing Wind Safari legend. And his son Jack there, good friends with the the Ormsbys. The Ormsbys used to come out there. So Jordan and Wade Ormsby, shout out to those boys. Jordan is into the golf carts full on. Sorry you lost your father, Peter. Rest in peace recently. Hello to Cheryl. But Wade's a professional golfer there. He occasionally comes online there and stirs me up. But he's mates with young Moffat and Mr. Perkins there, young Jack. So superb series online there from Jack Perkins in regards to Perkins engineering. If you want to learn the ins and outs of the old touring cars, as we call them, yes, I am old school. They were touring cars, not sports sedans as they've turned into. And what a fantastic way to go motor racing back in the 70s there, where you got all the cigarettes being handed out, all the cigarette girls. And yes, I, with friends of mine, got into the Marlboro Holden dealer team courtesy trailer. I've never had so much jealous abuse thrown to me in my entire life walking around the Marlboro Holden dealer courtesy trailer with a whole lot of very attractive models handing out 5 packs of cigarettes around the place. And yes, Peter Brock was quite a character back in the day before he was married. He was even more of a interesting person. But yeah, so many stories I could tell you about, the various touring car races from someone that was in the pits behind the scenes, so to speak, and absolutely glory days. So even in off-road racing here, my first experience in off-road racing was in the very early 80s up at Waikerie Riverland Enduro up there when it used to have the pits off of Sturt Road. And that was great fun. Getting up very early in the morning. My grandpa was the techo there for 5RM. So we used to go stay up there and get up very early and drive down the Sturt Highway to get to past the Waikerie entrance from Renmark Way. Then you had 10 kilometres of dirt to get you to the pits. And all of a sudden, this oasis in the middle of the desert, the pit's there for the Waikerie Enduro, and it was huge, regularly well over 100 entries. And I absolutely loved that. That was the Old Man Emu versus the BF Goodrich versus Goodyear versus Yokohama. You had all of the tents and the facilities and promotional gear around the place. It was a real eye-opener for people. And, of course, that's when four-wheel drives were starting to become a big thing here in Australia. And, of course, ARB came from off-road racing, a member of the Old Man Racing team, Mr. Brown. And haven't they gone a long way? So off-road racing brings together a whole lot of quality brains into this sport here. They get rattled about a fair bit when you're out in the race car, but overall there's a lot of really good engineering that has come from off-road racing, and a lot of that's finding a problem and then fixing it. And there's no better test bed than an off-road race. It is so rough when you start to get towards the end of the laps at any race meeting that it really does put so many extra kilometres on any piece of equipment compared to trying to run it around any test track. The depth and adrenaline that's put into these drivers, put into stuff, they'll push everything to the absolute limit. So I was more than impressed. My dad was one of the stewards there at the Waikerie Enduro. And boy, did I look forward to seeing that every year. Denise Strawbridge, thank you very much, would always make sure I got an event poster and a sticker. So proudly, they're all still stuck on various items I got around the place at home. Probably a little bit too historic for a lot of them to be there, but really enjoyed the atmosphere there at Waikerie. That was the famous 100-kilometre a lap track. It encompassed 3 properties, one being closest to the Sturt Highway, the one turned into the Moya Mission in the middle, and then you had the Schutz's property, the north of the track, and that's where everything ended up, was up the north. So looks like we've got a result there, but they've forgotten to send me some paperwork. I think someone's forgotten to send me some paperwork for the Prologue. Hello, thousands and thousands of people online want to know where it is. Yes, they can hear me in the pits. Doesn't matter. I'm not swearing. No, I'd rather paperwork if you can. Oh, no printer? Well, then I'll happily send it to me. Thank you, Susan. Thank you. There we go. There's the answer we were looking for. The printer's down. Oh, how would you be? Because on the start line there, suspiciously, is Daryl Nissen. Let's bring him up here. Thank you, Susan Battersby, for sending through the results. There he is. Hopefully it won't fall off here. We've only got one set of batteries left in my thing here. We'll see if we get... here we go. Oh, God, blimey, I'll have to save that one. So, who's there? So we'll be having the drone back on board there in a minute. Just going through. There it is. Simon Tucker's sent me a photo too. Thank you very much. Hello. He's right next to me. Thank you, Simon. Yes, I saw that one. Thanks, mate. Oh, I think so. Thank you. So that's what it's like here in off-road racing. People will just rush out of their way to help you with a problem. They want everybody to enjoy the spectacle it is. So let's have a look here. So it looks like, oh, wow. I think there's I'm a bit confused there by what's going on here. I've got the pro buggy of Jim Cove having a 1 minute 36 lap. Wow. That's pretty amazing. From the sports light of Jim Sheck, I don't know what's going on there with this one. That's, yeah. Okay, so we'll go back and have a look at what Simon Tucker has sent me. Anyone that knows how this stuff works knows you've got to save this to be able to get it. So we've got on the start line, just to let you know what's going on here at the moment. Of course, we've got the 164 of Darren this, and we have the 699 coming up next to Michael Parham, the 931. So I'd say this would probably be the, there he goes, he's away. Somehow this would be the slower half of field, I think, of what we've got here. So, okay. So next on the start line there, as I said, we've got the 699 there of Michael Parham. Steve Moulder and their Can-Am Maverick X3, thanks to A1 Pool and Paving. There, Mini Pave 250 is go. Now, next we'll have the 921, which, of course, is Simon Baker with Michael Lesty, the polisher, on board. This is a silhouette, the XS&S race frames built silhouette with a convertible Beetle windscreen, which we found out there. Thanks very much to see if we can get a bit of background music there from camera number 4, Big Bad BD, as it goes past. See if that makes anything. Next on the start line, the 111 Pro Light of Stephen Brown. Thanks to Barossa Tilt Trays. And he is away. Next on the start line will be the 1085. That is the Sports Light of Stephen Schultz, the single-seater. This is his first race meeting. Getting used to how this sport runs. Yeah, I think Stephen's getting used to the fact that you're taking off on bitumen here. So there is oodles of grip. So being a motorcycle engine in that machine, you have to be a little bit extra careful not to chew or burn your clutch out off of the start line, because once you're going, there's very little reason for you to be stopping out there. So if you're getting a little bit seasick there watching the top right there, that's a Big Bad BD doing stuff there. We'll just go back to our super source there. There we go. That's better. So our drone with Adams Aerial Services back in the sky. Next on the start line here is the 1008. That is Shane Greening in his Autocraft Magnum. There will be a prologue of the start times online. That will be the Mini Pave 250 website. So that's where you'll find all of the prologue results. So if you're in the pits there wondering what's going on, that is where you will find it, on the Mini Pave 250 website. Thank you very much to Vicky Rice, our event secretary here this weekend. Second time she's done this job and doing a superb job. Now, next on the start line here is the 253, the Volkswagen of Hayden's in a Joker Ridge Racing Frame, a Joker Hybrid. And that is a Super 1650. That's a 1640 16 Volkswagen. Air-cooled, the only one here. That's what nearly the whole field used to sound like many years ago. That's the 1035. That is Gavin Chant with Ian Budgie Earlings with the world's greatest navigator. Out on track now. Now we've got the 621. This is Jody Veron and Cindy Carthew in a Can-Am Maverick X3. Thanks to Loveday 4x4 Park. You book a hot lap up there. There's every chance that Jody will be your driver. Her daughter Sophie, a very accomplished driver, and you want a kids rally day experience up there, 8 years up and up. You can go out and learn how to drive in a safe environment. So get some video of the event and everything. So here we go. This is a new car to the owner, an old car to a lot of others. This is Daniel Buff Zimbinski with Mia, his niece, alongside the Sportslight buggy. This is a Striker 1069. Good luck to Buff. Next on the start line, we've got the Exact Mining Services. This is the 244 Super 1650 of Jed Bramley, and Bernard Gwynn is navigating in the Southern Cross Mark IV this weekend. Chelsea's on the sidelines. She raced it here last time, if you see that 244 in some of the highlight videos. Next is our Holden Commodore, the Performance two-wheel drive V8 belonging to Dennis DeBrenny with Jamie DeBrenny navigating. And this is 19/47 racing. A lot of really good sponsorship here coming down from the Territory for the Northern Territory versus South Australian Challenge. It's going to be happening after the heat's complete this afternoon. Not officially listed, but officially it is happening, that's for sure. And that is the 663. That's another new competitor to the sport, Tim Lally and Steve Dennis there, thanks to Southern Air Trailer. It's a Can-Am Maverick X3, the ex-Jamaica machine, another one. Speaking of which, here he is, Ben McNamara with Wayne Pascoe in the 7-litre Badger. 69. Pro buggy, just listen to that, blow the speakers out everywhere. Absolutely. Race kilometres. Better than testing at home, he'll tell you. So great to see the Jamaica beast here. Next on the start line, the 266. And this is Tyson Battersby with Kaylee Battersby, Super 1650 Oakley buggy. Thanks to Melrose Motors. 256 on track. Destroyed Brazil. Alan Morris navigating. This is a Riv Master. Now, so a very unusual position for this car, number 136. This is Matthew Curtis from Grant Pryor navigating. It's a GCR Rhino Pro buggy. means it's naturally aspirated up to 3.5 cc's or 3,500 cc's. So it's a big winner out now. It's outside you. So Origin. That's the way it is for some events. So that's all of our competitors away for section 1. This will be 2 laps of the mini Pave 250 track. So thank you very much for all your contributions out there. Once again, the Prologue Tales will be on Facebook soon. That's the Facebook Mini Pave 250 page. Give me a follow. And since I know it, this man will. Adam's Aerial Services there doing their best to follow the 164 saw buggy of Darryl and Andrew Lex. Bad news. Race cars is coming from in the background there as we laminate all of this production together. So wanting to get up here to get closer to the action, Samphire Road. Up here at Port Germein, some of us is this reducing the columns. Saying together, pretty good off the boat there. We've got a beast that was just on Saturday. Just the price of spend a bit of 10 minutes. So you can our class of the big store. So we drive from the choice to shopping distance of here comes Michael Parham. 699 NMX3. It's their first year of racing. Second time here at Port Germein. Chat with him before, he was super excited. Loves this car. And that shows he's chasing down the dust there. Darryl Nissen. When we had the wet race here last time, he was actually leading the day's racing after the first couple of heats. So someone that's pretty happy to be out here, Simon Baker, the 921, the S&S race frames, Barja silhouette. He had all sorts of trouble with a fuel tank that was leaking, took it out, got it well prepared, put it back in the car. Made the magic welding wand over it, and so far, so good. It's all good, but it took away a hell of a lot of his preparation time. As I said to him yesterday, I said, well, that probably means you're going to get a pretty good finish. Get back around, very nice, do the practice fix. A lot of off-roaders will tell you this race is one in seal. Preparation means races. Fantastic vision for you out here today. That's the 111. That's Stephen Brown in the Prologue and the gentleman. Drag the car out. This weekend, really a hard charger using that car. I don't know if it's the car, the brakes don't work, or something, but wow, does it push the limit of all the booms around the place? And here's someone that's going to be pretty chuffed with that. That there is centre of Stephen Schultz. 40, want to be exact. But he will be wrapped. That's his first event too. So if you're struggling to see a bit of an unhealthy action there, it seems to be all the drone. See the dust plumes rising from the Port Germein track. Concerned that it's going to cause a bit of a problem. Well, that's the reality of this sport. I could list a whole heap of drivers that get lost in the dust. But it's just one of the things you've got to do. As Shane Greening goes past in his autocraft. Double actually aspirating. So he's having a great run too. Now here's the Thornbill, the 52. This is DJ Smart with Tenny Walden alongside. Thornbill buggy, thanks to Smart Off-Road Mechanical. It's really quick. Thank you very much, Simon Tucker there of Tucker Transport. Over there in the Peninsula. Sending through some more information. It's a superb. Shame you're not seeing Simon here. Really chuffed to see how well he went over there at Gundy. Shocked a lot of people, but if we know what's been happening there in South Australia, we take a moment to have a look at the Jamaica live feed. Some guys very quickly into the there's a lot of them. A lot of guys can really steer over here. And a lot of navigators are absolute legends, just like the one about to go past us here at the moment, Ian Budgie Langsford. The world's greatest navigator. He had a school there last night. He had a group of navigators hanging on everywhere. Some just give them, besides all the correct lines here at Port Germein. And that's Jody Varon and Cindy Carthew and the Can-Am. Thanks to Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. To practice before she goes up for Loveday and basically drive around that track blindfolded, I'm sure. Not recommended, but I'm sure with the amount of laps she's done, hot laps, she knows the place intimately. So great to see. And there we go. That's the 1069. That's Danny Zimpinski. Mia alongside the Sports Light buggy. It's a first on the scene, Buff in this car. And he's going great guns. Keep an eye out on his times. I bet you he'll be getting pretty quick by the end of the weekend. As you can tell by the drone footage there, oh, there he goes. That generator running flat out there to bring all of these. All of this is George. That's the 244. That's Jed Bramley. And Bernard in alongside, making sure he's comes the Commodore. Pave. Six 663 of Tim Lally going past. Now they're side by side, and there's the new Jamaica weapon, the 69 Pro buggy, hiding there in the dust. Pretty sure it takes fun team to get in front of his own side by side. Chasing them down, putting the pressure on all of them. You can just see the dust is pretty full on here at the moment. But we had the Prologue there of Matthew Curtis growing prior to GCR. Thanks to film and delivery, the FD Motorsport team car passing one car after another. It shouldn't really be other heat. He's good. So now it looks like we've got a drone back in here. There we go. So we've got big screen. It's half the time for Adelaide. Adams Aerial Services. So searching. So when it's pretty tight like this, you can stay up in the finish line. There's the four screens again. Because here comes Daryl Nistler completing his 2 laps. He's chasing down there. 266 of 266 of Tyson Battersby. So well done on 164. Daryl Nistler. Unusual for him to be in this heat as well. He must have had a problem in Prologue. Who will be coming in next besides the dust? Stay tuned, we'll let you know. Thank you for tuning in to this live coverage of 3 cameras of dust. One of the drone, here we go. He's able to stay above it most of the time. That one's good little action there. We see the easier they went past. That's where Adams Aerial Services have located. We get some pretty close overtaking action here. We've got a side by side. He's going for the move. Yes, and he's got around. A great bit of driving there. You saw it live here on the Mini Pave 250. Over through a few of the sponsors there. Darren, this is the 164 sponsored by Niskin. Oh, the 266 there of Tyson Battersby coming into the pits there. The Oakley buggy, sponsored by Melrose Motors, having a quick tune-up and a race back out to complete their second lap. And here comes our next finisher. This is going to be Michael Parham. And the 699 side by side. Well done to that crew. Stephen Mulder, his navigator. He's the manager of SA Road Services. Michael, this is 40 years old, a landscaper that, of course, see the Rotax H Turbo and Maverick X3. Thanks to A1 Pool Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta, and SA Road Services. And here comes another one of their Super 1650 competitors. The 222, the Troy Purcell, Alan Morris alongside this Rib Master. Sounds like it's missing a little bit, as in not all 4 cylinders are full. Skip, miss, whatever you want to call it. But coming through now, Simon Baker, the 921, thanks to Michael Lesky. Alongside this weekend, so that's the old Volkswagen silhouette. Getting a finish here, will be pumped with that. Parked right behind me, basically, here. Beautiful. Beautifully made machine. I remember when Scotty Schiller Land Walker used to race that many times ago when S&S race frames were located in Wakery, now over there in Perth, Western Australia. Shout out to Schillers. And I think that time Eric Schmidt was involved with the era. The buggies there in Wakery. Shout out to Eric and Leanne and Tanya and Kathy. Walker clan. Off-road racers, very experienced at bringing cars home for a finish. So great to see history continue here with the silhouettes. Another pleasant to see Eric Schmidt's silhouette. Pro buggy back out again, or I think it was a Pro Sports Light last time. Yes, it was 2.5 litres each. So if you're wondering for more information, don't forget to get online to Facebook, MiniPave 250. Should be able to give you frills of information about the event, location, and various sponsors that we've got here this weekend. More information you can get. So thank you very much for being tuning in online there. We've got 2 laps competitors are doing. You've got over 20 kilometres a lap here. Doesn't take too long. You head off down towards the beach. You don't get there, but not too far away. Not as close as you do at the old Baruta, which is only just a little bit north here. Shout out to Hayden Bentley and Hannah and Sam. All racing off-road these days in various trucks and buggies. But any time you want to link this track to that track, I think Ian Barclay is pretty keen to talk to you. There's another property owner in the middle we know of Ian Budgie-Linger, the world's greatest navigator. Be part of that as well. So coming through now, I would say this will be the second lap finish. Indeed. Well done to the 1008. That is Shane Greening. Keen. It's excellent job there. So Shane Greening is in a 2.4 litre powered Honda. It's an Autocraft Magnum, built in 1997. He'd like to thank RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Plus Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APG Concrete and TJ Signs. Yes, a lot of support up there from Alice Springs, one of our Northern Territorians. Down here, it's got every chance of representing this afternoon. 20 territory versus South Australian Counties. Few laps of the short course in front of everyone here. An idea put forward by Ian Barclay in conjunction with some Alice Off-Road Club members, deciding to make things a little bit interesting and try and create a little bit of a brotherhood between the 2 race teams or race clubs. And I think it's been very successful. We look forward to seeing more and more races down here this weekend. Now, what makes me think, I was looking for the most famous racer from there, Timothy Buck. In his super seat, I think he's done the most amount of work in his car to get here ever. Saw everything listed there, so hopefully we see the 1021 out there. Some stations, some people say he's so fast. He's a killer that I can't see. So we look forward to catch up with Timothy Button at some stage. Because being able to see through the dust, as I mentioned before, is a requirement of this sport. And here comes Gavin Sharp with Ian Bunchy Langsford in the Southern Cross. Mark 4. And they'd like to thank Summit Glass and Summit Portable Toilet and Shower Hire. The Summit Portable Toilet and Shower Hire, a new business to Gavin Sharp. So put that one down on your list when next time you're having a massive party. And here comes the 621. That one is, of course, Jodie Veron and Cindy Cars. And she would like to thank Loveday 4x4 Park, ARB, SBH Engineering, Light Force, Ronco Motors, and Off-Roading Online. Started racing in 2023, only last year. It just seemed longer than that, but she is doing some really good work in that car. That's a 2020 model. And that never gets through. So here comes Daniel Buff Ziminski. The striker buggy is back. Mia Zimbinski navigating there. It's a 2-litre built in 1992, this car. So Buff, who you probably find has done a lot of work there on that car over the years. Getting to drive it himself now. Has purchased and owns this car now. As our next finisher, it's going to be Jed Bramley in the 2-4-4 Southern Cross. He's got Bernie Gwynn alongside him this weekend. The Toyota 1600 powering that 1992 build Southern Cross Mark IV. Congratulations, Fred. Apologies for any timing results here from me at the moment. It's the printer's died next door, so a little bit hard. Thank you very much to everybody that's taken photos and sending me information. That's great. I'll send it out there to the rest of the world. But here comes the Commodore. There it is. Dennis Perini with the Black Attack machine. He's home. Well on the way to claiming the Performance 2-wheel drive trophy here this weekend. It's going to make 75% of the course. That's sure bit. Coming through now. This is the 52. That's DJ Smart and Tammy Waldron. He's put over. Behind him is the 69 of Ben McNamara. It's obviously passed his old side-by-side. He'd be pretty happy about that. We'd like to thank Tumby Bay Sand Mines, Jamaica Feedlots, Turner Transport and Urseek Motorsports. That's a 2024 7-litre Honey Badger, fresh out of the Urseek stable. Of course, Ben's a farmer, and Wayne Pascoe is his mentor off-road, is what he calls him. Good on you, Wayne. So what's happened to the side-by-side that was in front of him? Yeah, find out in a moment. Don't forget, first up next year will be the Jamaica off-road race in South Australia. Then Tempe Bay in the Air Peninsula. Shout out to Beebs and Craig, fellow team up there in the media room. Jamaica. Sensational facility. Fantastic camping. One-stop shop for the freshest seafood, and oysters, all sorts of exotic stuff for it's all the good prices, and of course being close to the wholesalers. So put that up there and have a bit of a look there at Ben McNamara's YouTube page. So, live coverage we did for Ben. And that's all. It's still there. It's not like that's a big one. It's great to see so many people passing on that enthusiasm. We only had one competitor from the Eyre Peninsula. You got Simon Tucker there, close enough to it to be included with that. And the advent of the track being built has brought in Stephen Schultz, looking for the Tickle Alley and his UC6 slip. This has snuck through on me, I'm not entirely sure. There's a lot of dust down there. Great to see the numbers building from racetrack being close to drive. For a lot of people, it's more equivalent for us to hold the car. Worth the trip and make a holiday of it. It is a destination race, as they say, and go swim with a shark or two, have a look at the museums in Port Lincoln. All of the Tuppy Bay Bakery. There we go. That's the 2.66 coming through. Tyson Battersby, after coming into the pits there was someone behind him, but they disappeared. Lost in the dust. The illusion of the dust. I'm entirely sure. But Tyson Battersby. But Kaylee, I hope I pronounced that. Class 2 here. Great to see another example of family involvement in off-road racing. It's infectious. It's good fun. It's a safe way to release adrenaline that we all have inside of us without the need of any motivation. You'll be pumping for weeks after here. I'd like to thank Melrose Motors. It's an Oakley buggy built in 1983. The Bats Racing 4AGE Toyota. Thanks very much to Melrose Motors for their support for getting the 266 home today. We've got a few cars going off track there. That's the Riftmaster Class 2 there. Watching the Mini Pave 250, or we're standing here smiling, chewing on a bit of dust. Remember, the dust is all free. Dust. Take as much home with you as you like. If you want to go for a drive, Samphire Road. Port Germein, get up here early in the morning to watch 6 laps. So what will happen now is we will have 2 laps for our next heat, which we heat the faster cars. Then after that, hey, they're not going home. They're coming out again for another 5 laps, which will go for 2.5 hours. So there's plenty of time to get down there if you're a local watching us online or however you are doing that. Thanks to Big Bad BD for lending us his YouTube channel once again. Got a spare moment, get onto my channel, Lyndon Wilson. Got a funny looking bloke in a race suit looking like he's just raced 400 Ks. That's me. You subscribe, please subscribe. I really got to put a big effort in here so I can go live via my page. Leave others alone, so to speak. We've already got Jamaica. They've got their own page running very successfully. Ian and Brenda, we're talking to them about how to do this, but they're very happy with their Facebook involvement. So coming in now, it's the Riff Master, the 222 Riff Master. Oh, so he brought the page up. That's not bad. Troy Purcell, Alan Morris. Find out, I think I've got a bit of a problem that they've managed to fall across the line. They're still going. They're going to make it. They're almost slowing to a walk here. But the checkered flag is being waved. And yes, that's a blonde wig. We're giving a little bit of a laugh to a lot of our competitors coming around and see what it is. So you'll now see, yes, recovery coming in to bring this back there for us now. Is the top left out train turning to home for another battery, please. Way they wanted to get home there. Troy Purcell, but he did manage to finish his 2 laps. So technically, still in the race. He's only accepted a tow from officials after he's crossed the line. So I'd say he'll be happily be able to come back for another bunch of laps this afternoon. Of course, that bunch is 5. 5, yes. It's 100 Ks. That's where most of the mini Pave 250 comes from, 250 kilometres, of course. I didn't have to tell you that. You knew, of course. Thanks to Mini Pave Concrete. You can see the sign and on the building behind me. That's actually the occasion facilities there. You can see the playground a little bit to your left. That's where you can leave your kids all day. Just deliver them a drink every once in a while and they'll be happy. You see some kids trying to escape there now. They can't. You can't get out, kid. You're stuck there. Enjoy it. Or maybe that's just a seesaw I'm watching. Yes, that's what it is. Well, there you go. Happy kids. Falling asleep on the way home. No trouble for all your parents to come up here and have a bit of fun. Look at that. I'm sure Lainey Wilson, who's listening at home with her mum, Christine, is going, I want to go up here. Lots of friends to make up here, Lainey, that's for sure. And just a bit of a indulgence for you, Lane Wilson. Start on 92.7 FM. Fresh FM there in Adelaide. Went in last Friday and storm that we had wrecked their studio electrical system, so she was due to do morning weather, and they changed it. They do run different kids every week to come in and read the weather for an opportunity. So 7-year-old Lainey was in there reading the weather on Thursday night. She did a fantastic job. As a presenter, and if you read my post there, you'll realise that Grandpa, Dangerous Dale Wilson, used to work at 5KA radio station at Lionel Williams when he was, this is before television. Lionel Williams used to present a morning program, and quite often Dad would line Lionel up and they would go out and set up a live transmission from someone's kitchen, and Dad would always make out, no matter where they were, to come in and take over the studio and read the weather. So granddaughter Lainey, following in her grandpa's footsteps of announcing on the radio station there, so really did a good job. So I encourage any parent to get online there and have a look at some of the things that you can do out there with your kids these days to build up their confidence level at a young age. Definitely gives them an online understanding and therefore a protection against all the ills that are online. And Lainey was cheered back to her school. It's a bit of a hero there on Friday, so well done, Lainey. What we're waiting for now would be heat number 2 competitors, Simon Tucker. There he is. On screen at the moment. Bottom right. This, of course, is last year's event. Just running a little light entertainment for you. We're waiting for our next group of competitors to form up, and this blows me away. You know, you just go, really? Wow. He did well at Fink, and he's proved that here. The number 96 being on pole. That is Joel Gattaletta with his father, Frank, navigating this weekend. He did his first Fink 2024 with his brother, Robbie. Robbie raced the return. Joel raced round, ended up 18th outright, 4th of class. Jimco 7000cc, 2010 edition Jimco champion. And I'd like to thank Gattaletta Steel Fabrication and Australian Steel Detailers for helping them get the Jimco here this weekend. They're just off to my left here. Excellent looking setup. The 2 Jimcos, identical looking, except for the roof and rear numbers. But having a chat with the guys here last the Segura 200, and their brothers all right, arguing over engine capacities and who's got more horsepower, all this sort of thing. So great to see the boys out here this weekend enjoying superb facilities here at Samphire Road.Germein at the Mini Pave 250. So coming in now, get off of that one. The drone's out. So this is Stephen Schultz in his single-seater coming home to complete his second lap. He must have had a drama out there because this is not where he was running in the field early. Last very smart. Lap number 1. Obviously got a few problems. Hoping to fix them. Soon to finish his second lap. So he was pretty nervous, as he said to me this morning. The communication with him before the race to find out he got a brand new wrap on the car just the other week. He's here for people he wants to thank for helping him get out here this weekend. He'd like to thank Rock Solid Building, Williams Boxing and Gym, Lincoln Tyre and Brakes, EP Automotive, and Outback Mining Services. So, yes, the tiny built GSXR 1300. Quite quickly there, but standing okay, but there must be some problem that slowed him down, but he's coming through for completion of his first 2 laps. Looks up there and comes across the line. No, you've still got to maintain your speed there, Steve. Maybe he switched it off. Or there might be the end timing up further. I'm not entirely sure. So Stephen's a fitter that comes from Port Lincoln. He's parked the burnout Commodore. Having an absolute ball. Be great to catch up, see what he thinks of the sport afterwards. That's why he's got a P plate on the back of the car. New competitors must wear a P plate in order to let everybody know that they're new. Therefore, might not be 100% up with all of what's going on out there. So take due care when you approach your car like this. So this also applies to experienced racers that might have had 3 years off, back to the sport. Still make you put a plate on the back. Don't forget, if you've got a quiet limit there, to get over to the Barclays Disco Diner. So I call it. I'm just unravelling a delivery from there right now. See yourself on screen there. That's a spectator. It's not available. Look at the solid covering there. Does that in the rain. Keep the sun off you. Welcome to all that have made the venture out here, shine a bit of dust with us this weekend. Where that is, there's been many a rollover, collision with tyres. So there's plenty of action. Spectator area there, running short walk down to the Bar. So welcome along once again. Great to see you. Sorting out a few tools. So a bit of examination back of this car. Yes, I am talking about it. I can see Colin Johnson there. Must give some advice. G'day. Just wait, Cole. I can see it. G'day. That's the thing with these cameras. There's nowhere to hide these days, fellas. We can see what you're doing. Please don't make me change cameras or sending me sign language, which is not trans. But generally, it doesn't look like there's a lot of work going on that buggy. A lot of discussion going on. Right, hearing a little bit of munchies in the background here. We're just waiting for our next heat to start. This will be the faster half of the Prologue field. They'll be out for 2 laps. You got the 663 back. They did sneak back in. That's Tim Lally. So that's saw Ben McNamara leaning over the buggy there. They're having a bit of a look, see what's going on. Brand spanking new car to these guys this morning. The X-Jamaica Pan Am Maverick X3. So as soon as we get some information about some lap times, I'm sure there's a photograph coming through to me. See who we can see here. That's the right thing. Rubbish bag. Take all your rubbish home with you. That's the 1069 buggy. That's the Zimbinski crew there. 3 short woofs spitting in some super special fuel into the 1069 at the moment. Or is that his very good measuring stick for fuel levels? Discussing the event there with his niece, Mia Zimbinski, with mum in the background there. And looks very much like Graham's speed there as well. Graham. Another example of a great off-road family here, competing in the sport. Great to see him back. You probably find, if you get on the Buff Zimbinski's website, a whole lot of photographs and videos racing over the years. Stepping into a car full time now himself. Well, look at that. Good to see. They're out there in line. They've been sending me messages. Thank you very much. What was the story? Is the batteries, running out of batteries. Anyone got any double A's? I might be calling for some. And this afternoon, they're running that. It's not lasting like they used to. Even more super duper heavy duty, supposedly twice as powerful batteries. But that's the way it goes. And of course, who is that lovely lady there in the grey shirt? Doing a whole lot of polishing there. That there is, of course. Have you mentioned it yet? It's Gil Zimbinski. That's who's doing all the polishing and cleaning there. To her daughter Mia navigating this weekend. Yes, we're looking at you, Gil. Put a smile on your face there, and there's Graham. How can he see us? Where's this coming from? What is this vision? Yes, we can see everything. But this is what I'll tell you, the viewership's gone up since we've been doing that. So you can see there's Gil getting up there and cleaning all of the top of the buggy to make sure everyone knows what number it is going past. Very important to all of the timing and rest going on here. That 250 website place to go. Get a look around the place because it's not much happening here at the moment. Their event flaggy out there with the flowing blonde locks, holding up a sign, asking for some people to rock up and race. Sounds very much like a lot of off-road race cars. Coming to the start line here now. Get back and have a look. He's on the start line. Oh, the 96 there, Robbie Gadaletta. He's got, Joel Gadaletta, you smacked him. Just like my brother, have trouble getting to know who's who. Gadaletta, that is Joel. 96. The next should be the 1027. That is Jim Shep with Alan Stowell. Aaron Promnet's navigating this weekend. Indeed, it is. That's a Boss buggy, by the way. We'll catch up with him some more details. We should be going back to our setup there. It's Adams Area Services, launches into the atmosphere. Next on the start line here should be the 1021. That is Timothy Button. Told you. No, he's not. He's not here. That's 83. That's Joel Gadaletta. Who is this Timothy Button? Is he? The 83 there, that means George from Gadaletta. Gadaletta's in preparation, ASB in Fennel Pastoral. Next on the start line is the 14. This is Kyle Tucker. Thanks to Tucker Transport. This is a Jimco 2000, built in 2005 with a 6-litre Chev. 25-year-old driver. But there's Ian Wedding. That's alongside this weekend. Next on the start line, David Adams. After having a bit of a breakdown there, the single-seater Desert Rat DR1 ready to go. "107 Ford like to thank Scooters and Mobility Adelaide, SBH Engineering, Mike Shop, Proud Race Engines in a 10.4 to Honda. Track next is to 256. Wow, he had a really good prologue then. This is Mark Taylor. You were talking with Ryder earlier. I thank Tough As Problems, Charleston's Guard, Ursa Custom Machine, Custom Engineering, Super Cheap, and his wife, Debbie, based in Bowhanna. He probably sponsorship beside the car, but very strange position. This car, having a bit of a chat there with Toby Ryman this morning. This is a Scorpion buggy built in 1987. It's a Volvo V6 3-litre, thanks to Niri Traders, Ministry of Beer, and the Mrs. Sarah. Here we go, the 6121, the King Maverick R. You'll be pretty happy with this. It's got it down here as Anthony Waitley. I've never even heard him called Anthony. Tony Waitley in the Turbo Pro side-by-side. This is a 2024 machine. Oh, does that get up and boogie? Thanks to Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force. Now be off-roading online and Onco Motors. It's the 95. Indeed it is. And the 95 belongs to Brett Rogers. This is the Ridge Racing Frame Joker built in 2011. 6-litre L98 V8, thanks to Advanced Viticulture and Management from Springton Hotel, Regal Concrete, Central Truck Tyres, and Structure Park. High buggy 2BR race, will they go by? And here we go, it's the Garrity machine now, the 1009. CGC Motorsport. First time in a new car this year, thanks to Port Germein IGA since 2022. BHG, Jetcore, Zach Mining, Think Water, Blake Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Roading Counter, Velity Motorsport, FST Suspension Tuning, Industry Coating Solutions, and PVG Contracting. That's a tiny build GSXR. Next on the start line, the 4, 2, 1. Yes, this is Toby Waitley with Simon Herman navigating. Also, I didn't say anything because it just rounds out the microphone. 637 on the screen. This is the Rust Truck chassis number 4. It's been heavily modified by the Loveday team. So they thank Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Online, and Ronco Motors. And next on the start line is our 137 buggy. So there's, of course, Richard Andrews with a lot of things. S&S race frames. It's a WAF tan model, built in 2014, a 3.5 litre motor. Next on the line is our 10, which is Paul Tinger. This guy, keep a big eye on this machine this weekend. He's leading the South Australian Motorsport Australia State Championship. He's had 2 wins. He is the man to beat. Thanks to Smith Water Australia, Border Blasting, a professional tree service Adelaide. It's a 2.4 litre engine and a Southern Cross Mark 5. Bulland Motorsport. They've got some excellent online coverage here on Facebook. So you've got Paul Tinger and William Daniel Kelsey navigating this weekend. Now, the 826. Jamie Barker, his sister Naomi alongside there, navigating great to see them here about all sorts of dramas in this car here. Like I said, mini Pave Port Kerry, and it's a 5.7 litre Chev, mate. Next on the start line there, so the one. Oh, get bring it up here now. Can't quite see everything for me. 102.3. That is Justin of Battersby. So this weekend, plus Mark 5. Thanks to Melrose, mate. It's 2.4 litre in that Sports Light. And that there is Matt Ridley in his single seater. That's the proprietor of Ridge Racing Frames. Is a 2024 Suzuki powered 1340cc single seater. It's a Sports Light. And Matthew Ridley and his son's not a bad steerer either. 1052, Sam Vanstone, another guy who would be very tricky out there. Brad Greer, former Sierra number one. It's got a Honda 2.4 litre motor in it. It's a Ridge Racing Frame Joker made in 2017, thanks to Chook's Custom Graphics and Barossa Earthworks. And that's all of our races on track. If anybody's out there listening to us and can send me some results of the previous heat, we very much appreciate it. There's some great shots online. Now, Big Bad BD on YouTube. If you want to find the link, look for the Mini Pave 250 logo. The latest one, of course, on Stadium Saturday Racing. You too can have a look line as well as following them live. Final spectator points there is the gather letter machine comes flying along here. 96 car, belonging to Joel gather letter. Joel's got Dad Frank sitting next door to him, navigating here. Just getting a bit wide on that corner, but that's nothing. These are a wide car, as wide as they get. I think the Mason Trophy trucks are the only thing wider out there in the off-road racing. Australia at the moment. There's the Tinger machine. Great job there from Adam's Aerial Services. For camera look there we go. Because here he comes. Joel, get on there. It's like you're not got double vision. That's his brother, Robbie, in the background. Sounding sweet. Jim go champion and get a have a look at the dust is left behind for everybody. You see top left of the picture there just how much dust is being raised here. A lot of people say, hey, that's not environmentally friendly. Well, it's exactly what it used to be like here with birds raising dust back in the air. So this is how silly climate, happy to go. So we're just carrying on a fine tradition started by Mother Nature many years ago. And have a look at this. The number 83, Timco champion. Wow, Robbie got a letter with Alan front side there. But chasing his brother. That's these two, very competitive. A bit of sibling rivalry, probably doubly so being twins. Making it hard for Kyle, Tucker and Ian Wedding there and there. Jimco 2000 model. So at the moment, we've got Jimco's 1, 2, 3 here at the Mini Pave 250. This, of course, is designated a long course because it's longer than 15 kilometres a lap. Six one two one going past there. Apologies for a bit of a battery change again here. 4 screens to Cav Maverick of the old duo back together there. That's Tony Wadley with Doug Carthew on side. Another brand new Can-Am coming through. We've got a lot of the guys all chasing each other in the dust here. Good idea, I'm sure. So that's the Garrity machine going past there. Paddy, Tiny Bill, screaming. I think the only one that's still remaining dust-free is old camera 3, which is Adams Aerial Services. Big Bad BD doing a good job. How much dust in the cameras here is Toby Blake comes through in his truck and he looks like he's heading for the pits. He is. Bit of work needed in our 4-hour only trophy truck here this weekend. 137 there, Richard Andrews. Jamie's daughter alongside this weekend. 2 laps for these competitors. We'll see we're getting through it pretty quickly. And then we'll be kicking over to 5 laps for heat number 1 Yep. And heat number 2 competitors will be doing another 5 laps as well today. And then we'll have the South Australia versus Northern Territory Challenge. And here comes their state championship leader at the moment, Paul Tinger there, in the beautifully presented spit water machine. As I said, I'm up on Facebook. It's championship this year, and well, they're getting very close. They're going to do it. They keep going with the pace that they're just demonstrating here this weekend. And here comes Jamie Parker. His sister Naomi there pointing the way. Got extra lead in the right foot, Jamie Parker. It goes through a lot of differentials in this car. Everything seems to be hanging in there pretty well at the moment. G'day, Aussie Off-Road Media. I don't know how you got onto my chat side. But I can say Aussie Off-Road Media. Around the whole of Australia, they've been really doing some travelling there, tied up with the Class 5 Performance 2-wheel drive. And here comes the single-seater. Of Matt Ridley. And you keep seeing the drone land. It goes through batches this quickly. That's the 105.2. That there is Sam Vanstone. Brad Greer in the Rich Racing Frame Joker Sports Light Buggy. 535. Absolutely flying around the Port Germein track here today. They quite literally are red rockets. Lights blazing through the dust there. That's what they're all about. Let someone know in the rear vision mirror. Still behind them. Coming through to complete their second lap. Congratulations. Here goes to Joel Gadaletta. His dad, Frank. Oh, commentator Kerr strikes again as he goes wide on the last corner. But he's made it through. Done. Will Robbie Gadaletta go wide in this corner? I don't know. I can't see. It's too dusty from his brother leaving a trail behind him. But he's bouncing one way or the other, but he's across the line. Well done. To the Jimco champion there, Robbie Gadaletta. Fennel, yes. Gadaletta, SD, fabrication, ASD, and Fennel Pastoral. Someone else trying their hardest to get through the dust here. And that will be the 14 there of Kyle Tucker, with Ian Wedding alongside the Jimco 2000 machine, getting to the finish. Trying back on channel. Looks like he's following Paddy Garrity there. Let's see now. I'll tell you right now, that's what blows the speakers up into the red hole. So, get in the car. Cheers, of course. Toby Waitley, Aussie Off-Road Media want them to get to the finish. Of course, he's a long-term navigator, Simon Herman there. Still on the recovery there after he and Talbot Cox there in the States and the trophy truck had a real big off. So it's being tough there. Simon Herman used his head to stop the frame from collapsing. Applied a new helmet afterwards. So if you get on to the internet there and look up Simon Herman's stuff, of course, he's a proprietor of SBH Engineering. Getting a light there because you can't remember anything about the incident. Got a free helicopter ride, so let's make this hospital. So great to see them back on track. David Adams, a 1074, the Desert Rat DR1 with a Honda power. See from our drone footage there, there's lots of dust. Pickups 2BR Racing. Two, five, six. This is moving the buggy. Mark Taylor. He's having a ripper run here this weekend, Mark. Knows the track backwards. Doing a great job because he's ahead of Toby Ryman at the moment. We'll have to find out through Mark. Why is it going so fast all of a sudden? Here comes Tony Waitley. 6121. Can Maverick R. Samlight's got a bit of a miss there. Straight into repair shop, that one. There, that is the 95 2BR. It's racing train jump. And here we go. This is a screaming motorcycle engine there. Yeah, that's Paddy Garrity. You can hear old Port Broughton cheering there in the pub. It's got another finish. A part of the IGA and lots of the food that you're consuming here at the Port Germein racetrack has come from Paddy Garrity, the IGA Port Broughton, and he is the major sponsor there of this challenges came down from territory a couple of years ago and been absolutely loving his time down here. South Australia. Here comes a 1-3-7. That there is Rich Andrews with his daughter Jamie alongside this weekend. S&S Racing and Frame Machine. And here comes Paul Tinger for Spitwater, Australia. Sounding really fast, this machine. So, also sponsored by Border Blasting and Professional Tree Services, Paul Tinger, with William Daniel Kelsey alongside the Bullhead Motorsport. Southern Cross Mark 5, built in 2005. Check it out. And a great job for him this weekend. On screen, you can see up the top right there, coming towards us is Jamie Parker. Thanks to Mini Pave, Bitumen Mini Pave, Concrete, Port Perry. His sister Gnomes telling him which way to go. And coming through for a finish. Well done to the Parker team. This is Troll with a V8 stuck in the front. Another screaming motorcycle engine chasing down our next finisher, Justin and Mark Battersby and their Southern Cross Mark. So this completes 2 laps for most of our competitors there. Be fine, but the Waitley trophy track, Toby Waitley, it's on there for the last car on the track. To the pitch for sure. To the curtain. We get out there again. I know that. Happy about that. Won't spare the horsepower. It won't spare the tyres, the suspension. Shout out to 5 PM Scott Agars for tuning that machine to perfection. It's Joker single seater. The 1088 machine screaming its way. to finish the second lap, but in his dust. The 105.2 of Sam Vanstone and Brad Greer. So you've got a Ridge Racing frame jacket trying to hunt down another Ridge Racing frame jacket. Both in the same class, just a slight weight advantage there to Matt Ridley, only having a single-seater. No navigator. He's only just holding off that car, probably be reversed and corrected time. Was the 1021 of Timothy. I've actually seen him. Wow. Timothy, but the Grog Runners Racing machine, he's been hiding in the dust from us all weekend. He's done a superb job on Facebook. Think or Forget It, I think, is one of his sites. He's gone for a couple of race cars. He put a 5-speed in and forgot to put the Lawrence bearing in the hubs. Doesn't help things when they put your foot in the clutch. But he's dropped that out, put the new bit back in, went out and testing and destroyed all of his kingpin, ringpin front end, basically. So he's had a super duper machining job and rushed to get down here this weekend. So well done to the 1021 of Timothy Button, the Grog Runners Racing machine. Drones picked up on the trophy truck. Superb footage there from Adams Aerial Services. Huge off the trunk, did not back off any bit at all, flat out. For Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, that's 2 laps down there. Toby Waithley, Simon Herman, and Russ Truckey won't be happy. Must have been a very slight issue for them to come into the pits and get out so quickly. But that is going to make it very interesting for this car and competitors on corrected time this afternoon. Having that car chase you is one thing, but once it goes past you, that's another dusty experience too. So you can see the pits there. Unfortunately, the wind's pushing a lot of the dust into the pit area today. Great shot of the facilities here at Port Germein as Serious retreats its drone, giving us the panoramic view as the dust plumes rise into the atmosphere and redistribute themselves around the local area. Nothing like sharing your paddocks with your neighbours. So we 5 laps for the split field, split into two. So we'll be having 5 laps come out soon. Bruce, the event director. I can see him down there, madly talking away there on his UHF. Superb shot there from Action Adam. Different race tracks changed over the years. Not a lot of activity in the pits happening at the moment. People having a pseudo lunch break, I believe, waiting for competitors to come out. We'll be still live here, so go away and do something, but please come back and enjoy the next 10 laps. We'll be starting as soon as we can get the competitors out onto the track here. I think they're still having some teething problems with the timing. But as soon as they get some results, I'm sure someone will shoot something across to me. You see the start line there. There's not much happening there at the moment. Track's clearing up. Our officials there doing the officials dance. So let's wander back and forth, turn around, have a look, wander back and forth, stretch your head, keep moving. That is the officials dance. Port Germein. So, I mean, look, you can see the freeway in the back there, see the B double going past there. Not real far from the Augusta Highway. Samphire Road. Come down, there's 10 laps about to start. Plenty of space here, plenty of drinks and entertainment. As you probably saw before, you can put your kids into a safe environment and let them a bit of fun in the playground there. It's fully fenced and gated up. Drop into the Barclay bar after getting some munchies there from the Disco Diner, as I call it. Plenty of fun events have been had out here at Barclay's property. Can't see in the background there, but Action Adam from Williams Aerial Services coming in for another landing. So just a bit of a lull here, racetrack. So just to keep you entertained there, we've got race partners that's going with that there. Ooh. Susan Battersby sent me a photograph. It's like a bag full of talents. This is fantastic. Anyone knows you've got your mobile phone there. Pretty hard to see the initial stuff, so what I do is save that to my gallery, then I can really focus in because I'm not blind yet, but getting close. Let's have a look here. Ooh, can I have a look at that? The front at the moment after 2 laps is the corrected time is the 1:64 of Daryl Nissen. The Prologue total time there. Well, he's been doing a 10:45 minute lap and a 10:54. Lying along there. He's the only competitor that's in the 10-minute zone in lap 1, but there was 3 other competitors in the 10-lap zone. Number 2, and who's in second? The 14 of Kyle Tucker. Ian Wedding, the pro buggy there, 10:56. No one's beaten a 10:45. Darren, this is first lap. Fastest lap so far. The 83 of Robbie Gadaletta has snuck in front of his brother. He did a 10:58, whereas his brother did 11:10. So you've got Robbie in third and Joel in fourth and corrected time. Next, Richard Andrews in the 1:37 machine. He is in fifth place, sixth place. It's like our fastest sports light, Paul Tinger there with the 10:10 machine, the Spitwater Express. Next up is the 6:99 of Michael Parham, again showing the form that had him leading the race here with a score of 200 a month ago. Next is, we'll be right with this, Paddy Garrity in the 1009. Geez, he's really fired up with the IGA product he's distributed here this weekend. That's a great job there from Paddy Garrity. The 1074 of David Adams, another single Super Sports Light coming in next. Then we have Jamie Parker in the 826 for Extreme 4-wheel drive. Next up there is Justin Battersby in the Sports Light number 1023. And he's hotly pursued by Brett Rogers in the 2BR 95 Chev-powered buggy. Sam Vanstone next up, outright in 105.2, the Ridge Racing front Jaguar. Simon Baker, he next then on the 921 Silhouette Barjar. Tony Waitley next up, the Can-Am Maverick R, the Loveday 4x4 part machine number 6121. Toby Ryman, unusual for him to be down so far. Probably looking forward to the Ministry of Beer supply later on in the day there. Got to go fast. The faster you go, Toby, the quicker you get to the beer. After that, we've got Matt Ridley in the 1088. And then Mark Taylor is our first of our Super 1650. Isn't he having a ripper weekend here? Sun Rider. Coming along in Boom of the Buggy. Next, Shane Greening in the 1008 Sports Lights Receiver. Next up, Jody Veron in the 621 Side-by-Side Turbo Loveday 4x4 part machine. And Matt Curtis is next up in a 136 Pro Light. 1035 of Gavin Chant and Ian Budgie Langsford. Next up in the 1069. Of Daniel Zimbinski. the striker buggy, and then coming in Super 1650, Jed Bramley, being navigating this weekend, being chased down by the 69 there of Ben McNamara, the Honey Badger getting quicker, the 547 of Dennis DeBrenny. Son Jamie, the Performance two-wheel drive Commodore next up. And then we've got the side-by-side there of Tim Lally coming in to the Performance two. These are all correct the time, by the way. 256 of Tyson's Battersby comes after Tim Lally in the side-by-side. Next up, and this is what the pit stop can do to you. Yes, Toby Waitley, Simon Herman in the 421. They lost approximately 6.5 minutes, or 6 minutes close enough, in the pit. So that's a pretty quick pit stop in anyone's books. So next up after them is the Thornbill, the 52 of DJ Smart. The 222 of Troy Purcell was next up to that. The 1021 there of Timmy Button comes up there. So doing 15-minute laps. Stephen Schultz at 1085. Next up, and the 111 of Stephen Brown. 1027 of Jim Shep. And rounding out our field at the moment is Hayden Neil Vanstone in the Ridge Racing Frame Joker. Hybrid with a Volkswagen Air Cool. G'day, Clive the diver in. So that is our 36 races at the moment. And I've had a special request there, have I? Calling drivers to a driver briefing, please. All drivers to a driver's briefing at 2:45. Over in the scrutineering area, I'd say that would be. So calling all drivers to a driver's briefing at 2:45 p.m, please. To get after today's racing, we'll get the sudden death run between South Australia and Northern Territory. Not sure with their run time here at the moment, how long that'll take to get to. The big bad DBD was calculating with the late times that it could be a fairly late run event today. Just getting some water here for myself here. Thank you very much to the Ian Barclay delivery service. Driving around in his maintenance truck here, there and everywhere. Probably gone through a couple of $100 worth of fuel there this weekend, just driving around the pits. Very much appreciated. Barclay's doing a great job over there. Driving well, waiting for a bit more action before Port Germein. Hello to you there in Facebook land. There is a driver's briefing happening at the moment. Hence why we're running through a few videos here of various people that we've seen around the place. And there's one particular legend that Mark Escott. If you have a look on the Mini Pave 250 site, you'll see that Ian Barclay are very much thanking Mark for this. Mark hates being on camera, so hence why this is going to air now. I'm sure there'll be some sort of a punch in the arm retaliation later, but this is all for the fun of thanking all of the work that he does behind the scenes here. They used to navigate there and in a side-by-side, helps out Jamie Parker and the rest there of setting up rear ends and their Nissans or what have you, as well as, of course, Ian Barclay here. So Ian very much wants everyone to understand that this guy, Mark Escott, does a huge amount for the Mini Pave 250. Apologies for the audio. We're having trouble with all of the audio coming out of. I just can't understand why we're getting only bits and dribs. So apologies once again for not hearing all of the music and what have you in the background, but it was only generic music anyway, nothing too exciting. So we'll continue to do some filler stuff there for you, and as soon as I get some information, I'll pass it on to you. You're watching the Mini Pave 250. Not much happening out the track there at the moment. Thank you to our major sponsor, Perry's. Now we'll bring you back some interesting footage from way back when, South Australian Off-Road Racing. Still waiting for our competitors to come back here. You paid 250 in Port Germein. Sorry if I woke you up from your slumber there, but going through, having a look, seeing what I can find. Bit of history for you. This is going back in time there. You can hear some cars revving up in the background. This is a 720p switcher. I think you can notice the quality difference. But there's the Shipdomobile. The Aussie off-road media following these guys around Australia, doing really good things. Probably got the championship sewn up for Class 5. They do well in the next race. Good luck to those boys. Developing that car perfectly to take on the rest of the challenge and all the rest of the challengers in Australia. So what you're looking at here is 2022 vision. We got Toby Cooper came out with us then that weekend. You can see back in time. Here's what it looked like with the actual live footage going out. It was a bit difficult for us because they started out of our vision. There is sound to go through this, but for some reason it's not accepting very much audio for some reason. I don't know. It's the frustration of going out here live. Mini Pave 250, you've got a lot of dust kicking around. The winds haven't been the correct direction for us today. This would have been covering us full on. I'm very lucky to be able to close the doors and windows here and still survive. So, yes, definitely losing some weight here today. It's probably helped things anyway. But fantastic that you're hanging on to watch this vision. As soon as I hear something happening outside, we'll let you know. A bit of a look outside the door myself, see what we can see. Everybody seems to be coming back. Lots of people on the phone, a few people doing that. But a lot of people gearing up now to go out there. So a lot of discussion between drivers on the phone, back and forth. There's a few guys in the car. You can see the ignition lights going. Definitely going to go out there again. Looking into the guys in front of me here. They might tell me, if they give me a moment there, what's exactly going on, but they're in a rather large discussion. Here, cars firing up. I can see the photographers starting to walk back out, which is a good sign that we're about to get underway again. A lot of issues there for the poor timing people. Having a real drama there, a lot of hands on foreheads, trying to get electronic equipment to work. I can really sympathise with them. But can't get any attention. Well, I can see Susan Battersby. What's going on, Susan? Can you tell me? What was the driver's briefing about? Because nobody knows. I'm live here, by the way. You can just tell me. It's all right. All right.
They were doing that.
So 3 laps per heat for everybody now. Yeah. Okay, so they've knocked it down by 2 laps so we can have the runoff afterwards. Oh, that's very good. Yeah, that's probably the same what I've got. But thank you very much to Susan Battersby there. I don't know if you heard, but we're having another single lap for each heat, and then we're going to send them out for a double after that, and that'll give us plenty of time to complete the race meeting here in a reasonable hour to be able to get the Northern Territory versus South Australia Challenge, which there's a lot of people pretty keen to see that. And it will finish in rock, paper, scissors if we can't get someone to finish. So there it is. Hopefully your vision hasn't stopped. No, you're watching the 2022. It's self-titled up there. There's a few people scratching their heads, so we've reduced today's coverage, well, racing by 4 laps. Let's hope all my batteries hold out. So racing will resume shortly. Enjoying a little bit of historic footage here from the 2020 Port Germein. It's the first time we raced the Mini Pave 250 was 2022. And the coverage was it was great fun doing that, but equipment was supposed to be 180 HD. It was only 720. Oh, you can see old faces there that aren't out at the event anymore. You see Jamie Parker here. He's been here before. That Barclay machine. No, that's Jamie Parker. So he's having a lot better race meeting this weekend. A little bit of mud back there in 2022. But as soon as they let me know what time everything's happening, we'll get everyone out there again. We had to get, meanwhile, everyone, means the cameramen will be woken from their slumber at the moment. The drone's getting plenty of time to charge up all of his batteries, so we should get pretty good coverage. So hang in there. Hello out there in Facebook land, or YouTube, I should say. I'm not on Facebook, am I? That's all right. We'll get on top of it here. Being told there's going to be 1 lap each of the Prologue track and then 2 laps of a long course. We're just running too late, and this is what's required to get us through. So, yes, I'm not entirely sure what the story is in regards to whether they've overestimated the times, or I know that they've been having some real timing delay issues, which is electronic gremlins, which is, can't just reprogram a printer and roll it out. You have to deal with these printers. A lot of the Wi-Fi, they can be very temperamental. And I know that's caused a lot of frustration to our officials here, but they're doing a fantastic job overall to be able to cope with the pressure they're under. And we thank them very much for doing that. And must mention that apologies for the audio on our replays. There is some issue where it's not transmitting enough of it, and it sounds very bad. So I've decided just to turn those ones off for the moment and just run with the normal background or zero noise. I'm sure some people are very happy about that, amuse themselves there and have a bit of a chat. But as soon as the cars come back in to line up here, I've got Simon Tucker's sent me through a starting order here, which says that Kyle Tucker's out in front by Toby Ryman chasing with Brian Rogers third and Toby Waitley fourth and Darren Nissen 164 fifth and 136 there and 137. So you've got Curtis and then Andrews and then Tony Waitley and then the Gadaletta twins and then Jamie Parker. So that gives you a bit of a rundown of the top 10 we're looking to see come out pretty soon. I'm not entirely sure what this order relates to because the outright times say something different. So whether that is something to do with the hold-up, is we're not getting the correct timing information, or there is protests from other people around the place about timing issues. So we'll just keep our ear to the ground and I'll let you know the information that I can talk to you about. So you keep you all up to date there. We're very happy you're able to see all of the Mini Pave 250 here today. They're predicting possible thunderstorms later on today, and looking at the cloud in the background there, you can see that's one camera looking at the start-finish line, all our officials going through some paperwork. Then if you have a look out to the right there, you can see there's a lot of blue sky. That's looking over the Flinders Ranges. Just see the silhouette off the right-hand side, more or less there. So that looks fairly clear. That looks like we've got a lot of clouds starting to develop in the distance. So there's a lot of grey cloud right above me here that's definitely rain bearing. Hopefully that'll, if it's going to do anything, it's going to create the track, keep the dust down a little bit, so our vision will be a bit better. Won't be good fun for officials and camera people, but we'll do our utmost to bring as much of it to you. There's always the 2 cameras inside here be running, that's for sure. So we're having a great fun out here as usual, thanks to the Barclays at Samphire Road, Port Germein. So remembering we're starting pretty early tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on that one. Keep your eye on the Mini Pave 250 websites where they make all the announcements for this event. So we're looking about 20 past 8 tomorrow morning. We're looking for a start, and that's going to be 3 hours allocated for 6 laps for all the vehicles. Looks like we're getting a slight turn. Cavalry vehicles heading out to track. So I'm hearing something in the background there. That's cars warming up. Bad be these. Camera on, we'll turn that one off. So have a bit of a look outside, see what we can see, how far away we're going to be.
Oh, yeah, go, mate. So,
Ten minutes till race start. If you've got a race car and you're on the list, we'd like you to come out here and assemble with us at the moment. To our officials coming over and telling everyone. But everyone's looking excited, looking a bit apprehensive in front of us here. But everyone's having a good time, I think. What's the track like out there?
it's a tricky outfit.
Grippy track.
Right.
And there you heard it live there from car 9, the driver of car 921. Very sticky track out there with good handling there for the S&S race frame. So we're going out here. Looks like we're splitting into two heats still. Yes. So we've got the fast guys, by the look of it, coming out first at the moment, which is interesting. So swapping over the heats there. Good luck. So it's 1 lap and then 2 laps. I'm sure they're going to bring them in here. I'm not entirely sure what's going to go on. But thank you very much there to the Simon Baker in his S&S Race Frames Pro Buggy. They're giving us a little bit of information, exactly what's going on here. We've got the recovery channel on here, but I'm not hearing very much from them. It's probably a good thing because you probably hear it at home. But we've got the fast guys going out first. That's what's happening. So we've got Kyle Tucker lining up. So thanks very much to Simon Tucker, his dad, for sending through the start order. So these guys are all out there. So you've got Simon Tucker, Kyle Tucker in 14, the Jimco, followed by Toby Ryman, Brian Rogers, Toby Waitley, Darryl Nissen, Matt Curtis, Rich Andrews, and we've got Tony Waitley. In the 96, we've got the 2 Gadaletta twins, and 826 of Jamie as well. So Jamie Parker there, and the 1074 will be chasing him, which is David Adams. Then we've got the 52, DJ Smart, and then 921. Of course, I was just talking to my Simon Baker, so they must have split the field somewhere in amongst there because Simon isn't in his car yet. So, yeah, a little bit confusing as to exactly what's going on, but one thing is for sure, we'll show you. So looking out to my left, I can see all these cars warming up, ready to go. A bit of noise in the background there. That's the recovery channel. Let's go back outside here and have a bit of a look-see. Everybody's gearing up. Lots of these cars all getting ready. The drivers rushing to get helmets and gear. A lot of competitors all ready to go out there. I can see Darren Nissen lining up there against Toby Waitley in the rush truck. The two Gadalettas are getting helped. Both drivers being assisted. Make sure they're all plumbed up and got the air hoses all connected because you need it out here at the moment with this dust. Positively pressurises your helmet is the idea. That's why you'll see the neck surrounded with what looks like a schmott or a really big scarf. No, that tucks into your race suits, fireproof protection attached to your helmet, and that's where it lets the air filter out from and also filter the dust from that. So the idea is to put the pressure in the helmet and keep the dust away from the visors, because in order for a visor to work, it has to be able to rotate up and down. You can't seal it at all. There's lots of people that have done so with foam over the years, but you'll still find it can get through. Doesn't always stay. The memory doesn't always work on the foam, so it doesn't keep the pressure up against the visor sometimes. So definitely that's why the Parker pumpers, as used to be called, or fresh air ventilators now, got a filter on them and can really make a difference in how and what you see. So I tried many a different version back in the day. It never quite got it right. A lot of helmets you'll see have got vents into them, but they don't always work. More and more engines firing up there. As there we go. Kyle Tucker in the Jimco there coming onto the start line. No doubt we'll see our drone, Adams Aerial Services, airborne soon. Anticipate all of these races coming on track here. We've got the fast guys on. This is going to be big. This will show us how much the wind direction has changed. So they've been jumping away pretty quickly. Green flag is there. And away goes Kyle Tucker for Tucker Transport. Ian Wedding alongside in their Pro Buggy Chevy powered machine. Next up, the 80. This is Toby Ryman, who's had a ripper season in the Scorpion Buggy. Built 1987 by his old man. It's a Volvo 3-litre V6 twin turbo, thanks to Newry Traders, Ministry of Beer. And his missus, Sarah. Good on you. So obviously putting a little bit bigger time gap between cars because of the dust. Next on the start line, the 95 of Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson, the 2BR race team. We'd like to thank Advanced Viticulture and Management, Springton Hotel, Regal Concrete, Central Truck Tyres and Springfield Park for helping their Ridge Racing Frame Joker from 2011, the 6-litre Chev, get to the start line here this weekend. It's definitely a longer time between races starts here. Wise decision by our event director. So Chevy about to shake the scene. That wheel spinner's on bitumen, by the way. Might look a bit dusty there, but that's the dust that's settled. Next up, the 1-4. It's a bit strange. It's not the way I had it written down there, but anyway, that's all right. This is Dazzling Daryl Nissen and Andrew Arness. Their saw buggy. 3.5 litre Nissan. What else would he run? Ready to have a go, thanks to Niscare. So I don't know if this means that Toby Waitley's got another problem or just wrote down the wrong numbers in a different order. I'm not entirely sure, but thank you very much to Simon Tucker for helping us out there. So by the look of it there, we've got a little bit more of a southerly coming through at the moment. Definitely a long waiting time here for Darren Nissen off the start. I saw the rush truck in the lineup, but maybe they've found another problem back to fix in a hurry. Someone's asking, where can you find timing to me, James Lawson? You can't, mate. Sorry. There is no live timing on this event. They're struggling to get me any information on the timing. So it's coming through from photographs and all that. They had a printer failure, which stopped a lot of information, but live timing, there is none. Next on the start line, Matt Curtis in a 136 FD Motorsport. Filmer Delivery would like to associate themselves, of course, with this machine. Kapunda 4x4, Prize Automotive, Brossa Earthworks and Ronco Engineering. GCR Rhino, built in 2013. Nissan VQ35 powering this buggy. So it definitely looks like we are missing the rush truck of Toby Waitley and Simon Herman. Not sure what's going on there. We'll find out. So there's every chance if there's a problem they can fix quickly, they'll be back out screaming past at the moment. So next on the start line, the 137, Richard Andrews. He's got Jamie alongside this weekend, thanks to Ronco Engineering. It's an S&S Race Frames Waftam edition. 2014 build date Nissan VQ35 pad machine. See, the dust is just hanging in the air, and they just, while there's a wind change by the look of it. The clouds have got a little bit higher since I was talking about them before, so not condensing the... there he goes, Rich Andrews is off. So not seeing much in the way of high winds here. Now, next off the start line, this will be the first of our Can-Ams, the 6121 This is Tony Waitley and Doug Carthew teaming up again. The old band's back together, as they like to say. And I'd like to thank Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Online, and Ronco Motors. As I said, this is a new Can-Am. It's the Maverick R 2024. This was built. She's brand spanking. It did the Loveday 400 recently. This is his first time. Tony has been able to get behind the wheel and he is flying. So Joel Gadaletta should be up next. No, it's not. It's Toby Waitley. So there's something definitely going a bit funny with the information I've got here, and hence a little bit of confusion, but that's just the way it is. There is no use trying to talk when that thing takes off, and that thing is a rush truck, heavily modified by Loveday, thanks to Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Online, Ronco Motors, and 5PM. And they are away. Who have we got now? 96 now. We're back in order. So I'm not quite sure exactly what happened there. Now, this is Joel Gadaletta with his dad Frank alongside this weekend. It's a 7-litre Chev. Thanks to Gadaletta Steel Fabrication and Australia Steel Detailers. And next will be his brother, Robbie Gadaletta. And he's got Alan Fennell running with him this weekend. This is a 6.2 litre Jimco Champion. Apparently, the brothers say it's the same horsepower. And they'd like to thank Gadaletta Steel Fabrication, ASD, and Fennell Pastoral. This Jimco Champion doing great guns. And definitely the Gadalettas think if a car's painted red, it goes faster. All their cars are bright red. Having some great run out here after last heat. Nose to tail, the two brothers. In the background, you can see Kyle Tucker coming around to complete his lap already. They're doing 10, 11-minute laps out there. So I'm not sure exactly. I was told it was just the Prologue track, but not quite. There's a lot of decision-making going on here. I don't know whether to sort the order out a little bit better and send them out at the same time. Not entirely sure. But next up, Jamie Parker with his sister Naomi alongside in the Nissan Patrol with a V8 5.7 litre LS motor, and they'd like to thank Mini Pave Bitumen, Mini Pave Concrete down there at Port Perry. And coming through, finish his lap is Kyle Tucker, thanks to Tucker Transport. So that's his one lap completed. Next on the start line is David Adams in the single-seater Desert Rat. He'd like to thank Scooters and Mobility Adelaide, SBH Engineering, Mike Shop, and Proud Race Engines. He's got a 2.4 litre Honda in the 2002 built single-seater buggy. Coming through to complete their lap, Toby Ryman in the Scorpion. Looking pretty quick too, Toby. Said before, they were not entirely sure what the lap times and how the format's going to be. These guys are new to the sport there. Darren Boots, Vicky Rice, basically running the event here. One's the event director, event secretary. Very happy they've come all the way down from the territory here. Now living around Port Perry, part of the event. That was Shane Greening taking off there in the Autocraft Magnum, thanks to RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHC Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailer, APJ Concrete and TJ Signs. You need a trailer to advertise all of them. But Shane's got a 2.4 litre Honda in that machine and he's doing pretty well. Now we've got another competitor coming in to finish. This will be the 2BR race machine. The two Bretts. Our next starter is the 1010. And that's Paul Tinger and Daniel Kelsey. 2.4 litre powered Southern Cross Mark V, thanks to Spitwater Australia, Border Blasting, and Professional Tree Service Adelaide. As I said before, he's leading the South Australian Championship, so have a good result here this weekend and got some big trophies coming at the Motorsport Australia presentation night. Next, we've got the 52. And he's off. DJ Smart with Tenny Walden alongside the 5.7 litre Generation 3 Chevy. Thorn-built Truggy. Built in 2007 thanks to Smart Off-Road Mechanical. Coming down from Alice again to play in the dirt with us. It was fantastic. In the background there, yes, it's Dazzling Daryl Nissen. The 164 saw buggy. Completes his lap. Next up, we've got the 921 Simon Baker. Simon's got Michael Lesky alongside, and S&S Race Frames Barjar Silhouette. No leaking fuel tank. Reckons it's pretty grippy out there, so make sure it's means it's dry, a lot of clay. Coming through now is the GCR Rhino, the 136 there, and Matt Curtis. Well, he's had a good lap there. Very fast through that last corner. Coming up next is the 621. This is, of course, Jody Veron with Cindy Carthew alongside. You can find them during the week, both of them up there at Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. Can-Am X3 from 2020. I'd like to thank Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, ARB, and SBH Engineering Light Force. Romco Motors off-roading online, and of course, Scott Agar's down there at 5 p.m. Next up, we've got Michael Parham there. And Stephen Moulder alongside. I'd like to thank A1 Pool Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta, SA Road Services for helping their Can-Am on track this weekend. Right up near, it's their first season of racing and right up near the front of the field. So in the background, we've got the 1, 3, 7 of Richard Andrews completing their lap. So you can see from the drone picture, very dusty out there. The wind, the dust isn't coming over, it's just slowly blowing towards the north by the look of it. Next on the start line, the 10:35. That is, of course, the car with the world's greatest navigator, Gavin Chant, and his Sports Light. It's a 2.4 litre Honda. Hang on. He's been told to get out of the way. Because here comes Tony Waitley across the finish line. So, of course, Ian Budgie Langsford called that. He saw him coming and said, "Off the track, Gav, and we'll have another go." And he's thanks to Summit Glass and Summit Portable Toilet and Shower Hire. The Southern Cross Mark IV is out on track as here comes Toby Waitley, creating his own weather pattern as he goes past. That's where most of the dust is coming from. These trophy trucks, they like to put it in the air. Bad luck if you're on the start line now. I can't even see the start line. Oh, this is awesome. I told you, couldn't see anything. That's Sam Vanstone and Brad Greer going past. Thanks to Chook's Custom Graphics and Brothel Earthworks. They're in a Ridge Racing frame Joker with a Honda 2.4, making it a sports light. There's one of the Gataletters comes through here. We'll be able to see the roof number in a moment. Yes, that's Joel. He's been the fastest so far out of the twins this weekend. Sure, there'll be some arguments afterwards there. It'd be great to catch up with top with the lads. Right, yeah, here comes Boof Zimbinski with Mia Zimbinski. We were seeing them prepare the Striker buggy made in 1992 with a 2 litre ready for race. And they're off. And here comes Robbie Gattaletta. And the 83 Jimco champion played his lap. Next up is the Jamaica Express. The 69 of Ben McNamara with Wayne Pascoe alongside. Ben's a farmer. It's only a third race for the new car. It's a 7 litre Ursig Motorsports Honey Badger. I'd like to thank Tumby Bay Sand Mines, Jamaica Feedlot, Turner Transport, and Ursig Motorsport. Don't forget their race is the first up, the Jamaica Off-Road Race in 2025. Wicked sounding titanium exhaust on that beast. Here comes Jamie Parker, come in to complete his lap. Lights ablaze. Great job. He'd be happy with that. Looks like our drone's returning to base. Next hiding out of the dirt here is Patrick Garrity having an absolute ripper run there in his single-seater. CGC Motorsport member. He'd like to thank Port Broughton IGA, BHG, Jetcore, Except Contracting, Think Water, Elevate Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Road Mechanical, Velity Motorsport, FST Suspension Tuning, Industrial Coating Solution, and PVG Contracting. As David Adams comes through to complete his lap, the 1074 Desert Rat. Next on the start line, this is Shane Greening. He'd like to thank RK Diesel Services, Alice City Tyre Power, Alice Hose Tech, Bob's Mob, AHT Towing, Chambers Engineering, P&V Panel Works, Outback Welding and Trailers, APJ Concrete, and TJ Science. Next, coming through here, there is Matt Ridley, of course. So 56 of Mark Taylor next on track. Rider alongside there, having a ripper run here. So I think water machine there, and Paul Tinger gets off to another ripper result. So our drone is just taken off. Next on the start line is the 256, and that Super 1650 belongs 266. My eyes are going. Tyson Battersby in the Oakley buggy, thanks to Melrose Motors. Going to be racing into some clean air. That's the idea of holding them back a little bit longer. Try and separate the cars, give them a little bit better chance of clearing the dust. Wise decision from our organisers because we're just not having a tough enough breeze. I can feel the breeze slowly picking up here, but not enough to really clear dust away like it was yesterday. There's almost a sandstorm out here, or as I said to Ian Barker, told me it was a monsoon happened. Here we go, Battersby machine. Nice conservative takeoff. Different gearboxes in these cars. Some of them have got torque converters and can sound like they're doing a lot but not hurting the transmission, where a lot of these older cars have got Volkswagen Combi, air-cooled Combi gearboxes. Been the mainstay for off-roading for many, many years. You have to treat them a little bit more gently. So it's a smart move. And here comes, speaking of smart, it's DJ Smart of DJ Off-Road Mechanical in his 52 Thornbill. Truggy storming across the line there. That seemed a little bit fast in the first time. Now on the start line, we've got the 244. That's Jed Bramley, Bernard Gwynn, Southern Cross Mark 4. And coming across the line now, the SMS Race Frames. Silhouette, Simon Baker, Michael Esky. Now waiting to take up now the 547 machine belonging to Dennis DeBrenny with Jamie DeBrenny alongside there. They'd like to thank 1947 Racing, Janda Carpenters and Builders, Blue Dust Northern Territory, Rush Tech, Namco, Chris Neck Consulting, Cool Tech, and NT Link Transportable Building. Coming through for a finish behind them is Jodie Veron and Cindy Carthew. Beloved A4x4 park machine. So they're holding back their next starter, are they? The 1027 there of Jim Shep being put on the track pretty quickly as the 699 of Michael Parran comes through. Jim Shep in a Sports Light 1027 with Aaron Promnich navigating. It's a boss buggy, that one. We have another starter there. Yes, this is Tim Lally. Steve Dennis alongside, thanks to Southern Air Trailers. Can-Am Maverick X3, their first race in this car. I wonder how many practice laps they got around the Jamaica circuit. They're smartly ways all these four-wheel drive Can-Ams. Put the pad to the ground pretty efficiently. Coming to finish their lap, Kevin Chant with Ian Budgie Langsford. Through the 1052 Joker's Ridge Racing Frame Joker, Sam Vanstone. Next up, the single seater of Steve Schultz. He'd like to thank Rock Solid Building. Williams Boxing and Gym, Lincoln Tire and Brakes, Outback Mining Services and EP Automotive. It's his first race in this buggy from Port Lincoln. It's a tiny build GSXR 1300 with a Hayabusa 1340cc engine. That's why it screams. Looks like Daniel Buff Zimbinski coming through to complete his lap. Great drive, Buff. And chasing him down is the Honey Badger. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe getting through complete their lap. Now we've got the 222 here. This is Troy Purcell and Alan Morris alongside there today. There you've got it's a Ribmaster 1650cc buggy. Is there off? There's right behind them 1009 of Paddy Garrity having to put on the brakes there. But smartly, he's having a great run, Paddy, here. Mr. IGA, Paul Broughton. His single-seater. Super fast. So no one on the start line now. That might be all the competitors we've got at the moment. Let's have a bit of a look there. Look down from the drone and see what we can see. Adams Aerial Services doing a great job once again. Shout out to the Spurrier clan. Sorry your microphones weren't as good as you thought they were. I'm planning on having a karaoke night around mine place soon, so we've got 4 microphones. We can all sing in harmony. Of course, they're my relatives out there, my auntie and uncle. Thank you very much for their kindness in delivering some really good equipment to us. Of course, Rod Spurrier, former head of Alpha Tech, it's the ABC Technical Division, looking after his lovely wife, Stephanie Spurrier. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. I heard from Action Adam that you were, so that's great. So here we go, our next finisher coming into view. Oh, very impressive finish here. I think I know who that is. Shane Greening having a ripper run there. He's another one of our Territorians down that's here for the Northern Territory versus South Australian Challenge, besides enjoying the superb facilities made available by the Barkler clan here at Port Germein. Plenty of dust trails out there. I tell you, still plenty of cars out there. So it looks like they've decided to send everybody out in one heat to do one lap, and I guess that might reshuffle the starting order, and they might do the same thing to send them out in all in order again afterwards for 2 laps. So it's just gone 5 minutes past 4 p.m. here in South Australia. Is coming into view is Mark Taylor, with his son Ryder pointing the way. Oh, getting very sideways there on the last corner. got wide, but still got around the corner okay. Some people use that instead of their brakes to slow them down. Can put a lot of force onto your bearings and all your attachments in your arms, laying the tyres and the rims. But if it works for you, it works for you. You'll probably see trophy trucks with live rear axles do that all the time. Lean the rear of the car into the boom to get it to steer around. Get a close-up look there with the drone. As soon as we do that, it runs away, of course. There's Big Bad BD down in front of the spectators there. Well done there to 266. Tyson Battersby, the Kaylee Battersby navigating in the Oakley buggy, trying to hunt down Mark Taylor in the 256. Keep an eye out for those two right at the front of the Super 1650 field. Of course, it means a two-wheel drive buggy up to 1650cc engine capacity. We used to be 1600 for many years. We started off, we had a class 3, which was up to 1300cc. But as manufacturers changed what they put into their road cars, of course, we have to change. We don't make our engines. We're very much recyclers off-road racing. Competitors will go down and find a really good combination and put that into a race car. Saves a little bit of expense there. There's a lot of people that will go and make some exotic handmade gear, and that's the beauty of off-road racing. You can do what you can afford to go out there and have an absolute ripper time. We're not going to hold you back. Some race vehicles out there now are over $1 million to purchase that are here in Australia. You don't have to spend that type of money. I believe the new Can-Am, for instance, if you want to be at the top of the Can-Am field at the moment, you've got $80,000 for a brand new Can-Am Maverick R, somewhere in that area. Don't forget, you've got Polaris out there making an absolute trophy truck killer at the moment. Just shout out to Jackson Evans there, having a great result up there at Gundy. So the side-by-sides, turnkey race cars require a lot of maintenance, but that's maintenance you can do yourself. So there's a lot of other buggies available for sale around the place. I think there's over 500 Southern Cross frames out there somewhere. Here comes one right now, a Mark IV here, driven by Jed Bramley today. Bernard Gwynn alongside. And he's got a bit of a miss in the engine there by the sounds of it. Here comes Dennis Barini with it used to be black, looks a little bit red now. Commodore. I missed there the moment there. Very sideways. Off the track and over she goes. Well, that's going to make our highlight reel there tonight, isn't it? So officials on the scene very quickly. Make sure there isn't any real drama there. Other competitors going past safely. Well driven, the 663 of Tim Lally. Side driver and navigator all okay. Officials already pushing the car back over just to show you that, hey, we want to finish. As Steve Schultz come up, have a bit of a look, see what went on. Finish his lap. A couple of the Air Peninsula guys there following each other, wondering what's really going on there. Well, that's what happens there. You get all crossed up. All driver navigator safe. Testament to the safety equipment that we have here. As you can see, officials right on to help very quickly. You can see the corner there, a big double apex U-turn. Got a little bit sideways, got hooked into the ruts, tried to correct, and then the soft sand on top of the berm tipped them over. So making sure the car's all ready to tow. You can see the driver exiting the car there. He's very much hoping they'd let him get him going and finish, but a lot of the times once you turn over, the medical crew want to examine you and make sure you're all good. 99 times out of 100, the driver and navigator are just frustrated that they can't continue. They just have to play by the medical rules, a little bit like concussion in football. Everyone's pretty worried to make sure everything's pretty good, but the safety equipment that's required in these cars these days, the head restraints, the 3-inch seat, 6-point seat belts, fantastic safety for everybody in the sport to be able to do what we've just seen there. And I think they'll be more frustrated than everything that it's been completely and utterly caught on camera. So coming through now, that's the Riv Master there. That's Troy Purcell, the 222 machine. With Alan Morris navigating at the moment. So Big Bad BD out there. He's got all of his GoPros. I wonder if one of his GoPros caught that action there, but we go back to our accommodation, and BD's got mad set up there for editing. Hence why he's able to get as much vision as he can to make a reel up late into the Saturday night. It's always been a bit of a tradition to try and get one reel out at least on the Saturday night. Things have changed a bit. We're becoming a family man. It's a bit harder. So underneath the yellow flag, that's why you're seeing Troy Purcell go so slowly. That's the yellow flag area still until the car is cleared. So just to make things a little bit harder for our timing people, we have to readjust all of the times. Delayed by the yellow flag. So you can see not much on track there. Is try and get some vision there for you, but it's all a little bit blocked. Recovery hopping in to give that buggy a tow back to the pits. Not really far to go. The old Toyota Troopy. Pulling the buggy away. I don't think it will come all the way down here. Heading back to the pits now. Now that was Jim Shep giving Aaron Promnitz a bit of an introduction to the sport and the boss buggy. Okay, we're back online here. Another battery let down. Looks like all our competitors are back in. We'll be having 2 laps starting soon. We hope. Letting competitors get ready for. Just letting competitors get ready for the next 2 laps here. Sure, there's a lot of people milling around the gym ship machine, the 1027 Sports Light. Very gentle roll over there. So as soon as they're back, we'll let you know what some lap times are and the rest there, because due to that at the finish line there, I'm sure there's a whole lot of corrected times that are being calculated madly by our timing officials are doing a fantastic job. As you can see, the sudden death playoff between South Australia and Northern Territories to go after this as well. So, as my brother said, I hope they got spotlights. But luckily, it's all within the arena here. It's all fairly close. So we should be able to get to that, because there's quite a few side bets, I believe, happening to that one. So 8:20 tomorrow morning, we're going to be having 2 split heats of competitors, and we're doing a whole lot of laps there. Oh, the printer's back. Thank you very much, Susan Pattersby. We've got some times here for you. Excellent. So that particular lap, don't forget all of these are unofficial results, going to be adjusted. The Pro Gear Kyle Tucker did a 10-minute 13 lap. And Toby Ryman was second fastest with a 10-minute 32 lap in the 80 buggy. The 136 Prologue of Matt Curtis did a 10-minute 35 lap. The 164 Prologue of Daryl Nissen, 10-minute 43 lap. So a lot of cars getting down into the 10 minutes. The 95 of Brett Rogers did a 10-minute 52nd lap. The 6121 of Tony Waitley and Douglas Carthew, 10 minutes 58. The Sports Light 1009 of Patty Garrity, 11 minutes and 3 seconds. The 83 Pro Buggy of Robbie Gadaletta, 11 minutes 14 seconds. The 137 Pro Light, Richard Andrews, 11 minute 18 second lap. The 1010 Sports Light of Paul Tinger there. The William Kelsey, 11 minutes 19 seconds for their lap. The 96 Pro Buggy of Joel Gadaletta, 11 minutes 28 second lap. The 69 Pro Buggy of Ben McNamara, he'll be wrapped with this, 11 minutes 31 seconds for his lap. The 1088 Sports Light of Matt Ridley, 11 minutes 35 seconds. The Extreme Four-Wheel Drive of Jamie Parker, 11 minutes 37 seconds. Following him, the 1074 Sports Light of David Adams, an 11-minute 42-second lap. The 699 side-by-side turbo of Michael Parham, Steve Mulder, 11-minute 45-second lap. The 10 1:08 Sportslike of Shane Greening, a 12-minute even lap. The 1:06.9 Sportslide of Buff Zimbinski, 12 minutes and 10 seconds for that lap. The 921 Pro Buggy of Simon Baker, 12 minutes and 13 seconds for his lap. 621 of Jody Veron and Cindy Carthew, their lap time, 12 minutes 20 seconds. Super 1650 of Mark Taylor, 12 minutes 27 seconds. The 1:05.2 Sportslight, Sam Vanstone, 12-minute 40-second lap. The 52 of DJ Smart, 12 minutes 43 seconds. The 1:08.5 Sportslight of Stephen Schultz, a 12 minutes 46-second lap. The 10:35 Sportslight of Gavin Chant with the world's greatest navigator in Bungie Langsford, 12 minutes 51 seconds for their lap. The 2:66 Super 1650 of Tyson Battersby and Kaylee Battersby, 13 minutes and 4 seconds for their lap. And the 5:47 Performance two-wheel drive of Dennis and Jamie Debreni, 13 minutes 37 seconds for their lap. The 663 side-by-side turbo of Tim Lally, a 13 minutes 37 second lap. The 2:44 Super 1650 of Jed Bramley, 14 minutes 26 seconds for their lap. 4:21 of Toby Waitley and Simon Herman with their problems, 15 minutes 30 seconds for their lap. The 1:02.3 Sportslight of Justin and Mark Battersby, a 15-minute 48-second lap. What do we got down here? Hang on. Justin Battersby and Mark Battersby, a DNF, it says here, sorry. And Troy Purcell on a 222 got a 15-minute 48. That was the end of our finishes. Yeah, Timothy Button, DNF. I'm sure he's hiding out there somewhere. What are you doing, Timothy? And the 1:02.7 Sportslight of Jim Shep and Alan Stark. Well, Alan Stark, it was a stark difference to one lap versus the rest there. That'll teach me to keep reading stuff out. All the other stuff stops working on me. Apologies to you for your split screen vision there. We'll see what we can get on here as we're waiting. I'm running all of these sponsors videos there this weekend. We thank every one of them for being part of the Mini Pave 250 this year. So we'll just put that. Here we go. This one will last for a while. He hopes. So competitors are just going through a little bit of a break in order to give them enough time to make sure they're properly prepared to get out there. There's a bit of late time, a bit of protest time, that sort of thing. All sorts of rules and regulations in this sport to make it fair. It's been sorted out for many a year or decades there through Motorsport Australia. Used to be called the Confederation of Australian Motorsport. And that's exactly what it was. A whole lot of volunteers. Wasn't a single full-time person back in the day. How do I know that? Well, my father was chairman of CAMS back in the late 60s, very early 70s. So I used to meet and greet with all the new racing drivers, as back in the day, you used to come around to various stewards that you would live close to, and they would give you a lesson and question and answer time to see if you were adequately prepared to get your motor racing license. And that was a GC. Back in the day, it was called a general competition license. Nowadays, there's a few online courses to help you understand a whole lot of it, but very easy to get an off-road license compared to a general competition license. Why? Because you're on bitumen with a lot of concrete when you've got a general competition license, and you're generally racing against someone else right next to you. Here, as you've seen today, it's a little bit of a mix of rally racing rules, gravel rallying, even bitumen to some extent, where they have a gap between cars so everybody can have some clean air. And you definitely needed it out there before. It's pretty dusty. It's very calm now. Not a lot of wind. When they predicted that there was going to be some, but hasn't eventuated out here. Looking into the pit area, every single vehicle that's stationary for the day is covered in dust. So I'm sure there could be someone with an air cleaning service make a couple of bucks getting everyone to clean their car, blow the air off before they move it. But definitely a tough day if you happen to be an air filter. One of the big things in Australia that you don't realise that we have some of the smallest, tiny little dirt molecules on the planet. So hence the finer filter days with using the special oils to be able to capture all of them. Nothing is 100% efficient, but it certainly makes a difference. So a lot of the, say, oh, well, just put a Donaldson on there for the dust and the rest of it. Well, quite a few people do run Donaldson air cleaners with the cyclic action to clean out a lot of sand out there. Of course, a common sight on the side of earth-moving equipment. Not a lot of people, a few people run that style here. It used to be very restrictive. If you put your motor on the dyno to chase horsepower, and less bends the better for any air filter system. But then this was, of course, dating back in the carburetor-only days, and with the introduction of reliable fuel injection, having that plenum chamber that's already full of air-fuel mixture doesn't need the amount of filtering in the terms of the bends because you've already got a heap of air fuel ready to go. So a lot of people have been running some different combinations on that, so you can have a couple of bends to be able to fit the air filtering system into your frame, so you can do exactly what we saw the 1027 do, turn over there, but usually everything's in place that you can get back going again pretty quickly because everything's protected. So it's one of the tricks there to make sure your running lights and your fire extinguishers are all below, or at least the tops of them are level with the roll cage. Because there's plenty of people that put it over in the middle of nowhere and are completely back on their wheels and just select first, off we go again. And they'll get back to the pits and assess any damage. Generally, you find the wheel bearings and all that sort of thing don't like being supporting all of the weight of the car on its side. And you might, the Nerf bars that you see that are attached to the side of these vehicles are meant to protrude beyond your rear wheel outer spacing, and you'll find when that's done correctly that they will generally support all of the weight across the car. So when you see that there's no it's like an extra roll cage stuck to the side of both the driver and the navigator, and they do work. Trust me, I know. I've tested a few back in the day. Makes a massive difference. It's not perfect. There's still going to be flexing and what have you, but generally you'll find the car will survive enough to get back to the pits and finish a race and then take it home and get the slide rule out and the tape measure and all your solid rulers and start your alignment process once again, see if you've got some bent arms or not. But so many benefits to the knowledge that has been passed on for decade after decade of motor racing full stop in Australia to bring it up to a level that it's a very safe sport compared to what it used to be. So nothing like having more and more competitors out on track because they haven't hurt themselves or the car has survived. So you look in the States, you won't see a Nerf bar on any car. And if it is, it's a private edition. They're not required to. And a lot of the other reasoning behind the Nerf bar was to stop, say, a stump or a mallee tree root or an arm getting between your rear tyre and your arm and ripping you around in a really too quick, so you can hurt yourself from momentum changing too quickly. So that's saved a lot of people's innards from being able to bounce off of. You can bend them and bounce away. It's a funny feeling, I can tell you. But are you glad that it does that and protect all your fiberglass panelling or aluminium or Kevlar carbon fibre these days? Is that yours down here? Oh, just talking with my brother, Big Bad BD. The rollover there, 127. One of the officials came over and saw that they squashed the camera, and brought it over very kindly to say, oh, "Is this one of your brothers, Big Bad BD's YouTube cameras?" And the answer is yes. So that's going to make some very interesting footage because it's still running at the moment as well. So we'll put that onto the highlights reel, I think, tonight, all of that stuff. Yeah, I see some Brendan's talking to me in the background here, using a lot of sign language. So, yes, driver and navigator, perfectly safe. Camera, no, not so. Tripod, not so much. Camera, not so much. But the funny thing is, still running to this moment. That's how tough the GoPros are. There's a free ad for your GoPro. So he'll be packing that up in a minute as we wait for our competitors to come back out for another run. You see by the split screen image there, we've got our business partners with a bit of highlights running. Keep you entertained, so to speak, inverted brackets. So it's the beauty of YouTube is when we stop streaming, it reviews what is up to about 5 and 3/4 hours we're coming up to being live here today. So you'll be able to fast forward and review through to find out any highlights that you want to see from today's vision. Thank you very much to the Barkla family for inviting us up here once again to the Mini Pave 250. Don't forget, have a look online for Samphire Creations. Brenda Barkla is really excited when she gets orders come through directly related to off-road racing. It's got a whole heap of stock ready to go up there, not far from here. You can also buy a whole heap of merch from the Disco Dino there, just next to the pits. So plenty of T-shirts, stubby holders, wine covers there. Oh. Mini Pave jumpers, there's beanies, hats, stickers, all sorts of gear ready to go right now in the Disco Diner. So make sure you get your memento. So you see competitors starting to move around a bit there, recovery racing to position. You see Simon Baker in the 921 Baja silhouette, very recognisable. You see Big Bad BD racing back to his position there. So have a look down the front. They haven't got any assemble, but here comes Kyle Tucker. Just waiting on the access road for start line officials to call him into position. Here comes the Jimco 2000 model. Built in 2005, I think. You'll find the Tucker machine, thanks to Tucker Transport. Ian Wedding alongside, and they had the fastest lap time of 10 minutes, 13 seconds in that other lap, and this is how they're going to start off here now. So this will give us a bit of a running order so we should see Toby Ryman coming up next. So we'll probably have Action Adam from Adam's Aerial Services relaunch his drone at any moment. Oh, he's listening to me. He's getting airborne. Always fun to watch it take off. So the orange pad you can see there is the required helicopter landing zone / drone. Same shape and dimensions. Part of the insurance regulations for flying a drone is to have all of this gear ready. And it also, the drones are pretty much programmed. It makes it a lot easier to see when you're trying to bring one into land. Some of them have their own landing systems, but like anything, nothing's perfect. So we'll see Action Adam. He's waiting for the start, and he'll be flying at any moment now, I'm sure. And here we go. Smooth takeoff. And you saw Action Adam launch there as we got Toby Ryman come onto the start line now. The 80 machine. I'd like to thank Nuri Traders and Ministry of Beer, and of course his missus. 3-litre turbocharged Volvo. Different choice, but it's working for him. Craig Redding navigating there, and the Scorpion buggy. So you can see the dust is still hanging around here. Next on the start line, Matthew Curtis Grant Pryor, the 136 Prologue. FD Motorsport. Of course, would like to thank Filmer Delivery, Kapunda 4x4, Pryor's Automotive, Barossa Earthworks, and Ronco Engineering for all their support to get them here this weekend. It's a GCR Rhino with a 3.5 litre VQ35 Nissan engine. Popular choice amongst the Prologue competitors. Of course, many people know that they come out of the Nissan GTRs. Massive cult following for that car, for those cars. Of course, you put twin turbos on, makes them real fast. Now, the 164 here, it's Daryl Nissan. Andrew Harness alongside. Daryl's a mechanic. So's Andrew. They're both 60-plus years old. Nissan 3.5 litre VQ35DE in the sewer buggy that was built in 1980. 44 years old, that car. That's got to be, that'd be right up there with the oldest buggy in the event. I don't know if there's an original tube on it, but the dimensions are still very similar. started off as a beam front end, as it's called, now a super wide A-arm front end, allowing for a lot of extra wheel travel. And now we've got, thanks to advanced viticulture management, Springton Tow, Regal Concrete, Central Truck Tyres, Springfield Park, it's a 6-litre Chevy Ridge Racing Frame Joker belonging to Brett Rogers with his navigator, Brett Richardson, both 50 plus, both into the winery occupations. And 2BR Racing, no surprise, Brett and Brett. Built in 2011, this car. As you can see, the organisers allowing a little bit of extra room between races. Having a chat with Brett Rogers years ago, went out to Loveday, do some testing, broke his gearbox, comes back to do a test that was okay, and then breaks the motor. So everything's working pretty good for him now. Next on the start line, the 6, 1, 2, 1. This is Tony Waitley with Doug Carthew alongside. These guys teamed up from a long time ago. You know, Doug Carthew's a former stuntman. Have a bit of a chat to him about that. Be interesting history. He's into Volkswagens too, so he's cool. It's Can-Am Maverick R. It's a 2024 model. They've been waiting anxiously for this to turn up, thanks to Loveday 4x4 Park, SBH Engineering, Light Force, ARB, Off-Roading Offline, Ronco Motors, and 5 p.m. Absolute rocket ship off the start line. One of the quicker starters we've got here this weekend, 4-wheel drive. Wow. Tony doesn't hold back, that's for sure. Now, next up, Paddy Garrity, the 1009. CGC Motorsport member, Suzuki Hayabusa in this tiny built GSX R2. Of course, he's the proprietor of Port Broughton IGAs. I'd like to thank them and say a shout out to all his staff, hard working at the moment. I'd also like to thank BHG, Jetcore, Exact Contracting, Think Water, Elevate Construction, Chambers Engineering, Smart Off-Road Mechanical, Velity Motorsport, FST Suspension Tuning, Industry Coating Solutions, and PYG Contracting. He says he's still getting used to this car, but wow, I think he's got used to it pretty quickly because he is flying, Paddy, this weekend. And number 83, of course, this is one of the Gataletta. This is Robbie Gataletta with Alan Fennell alongside. And they're ahead of his brother there. This might be a first. There might be a bit of argument going on afterwards, but they'd like to thank Gataletta Steel Fabrication, ASD, and Fennell Pastry. This is the Chev with a 6.2-litre motor. Supposedly the same horsepower as his brother with the 7-litre. Jimco Champion, built in 2013. Next up, the Pro Light of Richard Andrews and his daughter Jamie. This is the Waftam Racing entry. I'd like to thank Ronco Engineering. It's an S&S race frames. Built in 2014, 10-year-old now. Nissan VQ35, 3.5-litre motor. His other daughter, Lauren, has been driving this car on a regular basis. So two sisters swapping out there to have fun with Dad in the race car. I think he's taken it back from Lauren. But Rich Andrews, very experienced competitor. Next up, the 1010 of Paul Tinger and Daniel Kelsey. Southern Cross Mark 5 in 2005, this is. White-black machine. 2.4 litre Prologue, and he's having a ripper run there, representing Spitwater, Australia, Border Blasting, and Professional Tree Service, Adelaide. Next on the start line, the 96, Joel Gattaletta with his dad Frank alongside. Having a ripper run here this weekend. Two brothers getting used to their new cars. And this is going to make for some interesting racing as Kyle Tucker goes through in the background here. Apologies if you're trackside trying to listen to me, but trying to change some batteries here and having all sorts of trouble with the stick. Now, Toby Ryman's going to be in the Jamaica's. No, they've pulled him off the start line. Wise manoeuvre from our officials. There goes the Jamaica Express. Ben McNamara, Wayne Pascoe there after a delayed start. And if you're listening to me online there and you're going, hey, I can't hear you outside, I know. Got the world's most frustrating shrink wrap on some batteries here that just will not come off. I'm winning. There we go. That's Matt Curtis going through there. Right. I think I might be back on line here for everyone now. Apologies about that there, but I've got a battery change. Dunaway's here. I'm not going out some other places, so apologies once again. Get around the track there. Trying my hardest to get some plastic shrink wrap off of some batteries. Just didn't want to cooperate. Darren isn't coming through here now. The hard-charging 44-year-old buggy. Doing well. Next on the start line, the 1074. David Adams there. Huge field we've got pro lights this weekend. It was a big field too the other weekend at Gundy. So he'd like to thank Scooters and Mobility Adelaide, SBH Engineering, Mike Shop, Proud Race Engines for getting them away. 5 o'clock, just about to tick over here. We've got a lot of shouting from our officials outside there trying to get things organised. So some fantastic racing here as the 2BR team come into view. You can see the light is starting to fade a little bit because the reflective stickers required on the cars here, you can see, is being lit up by 2BR as it goes past. Excuse me. $6.99. It's Michael Parham, Steve Mulder. I'd like to thank A1 Paul Paving, Auto 1 Port Augusta and SA Road Services for helping them out on track this weekend. Oh, here comes the Love Day. Yeah, that's the Can-Am. You can just see the difference there. A little bit wider, a little bit longer. You've got a gearbox instead of a belt. And they can absolutely push them to the limits now. As you can see, Tony Waitley having a ball in that car. That's Paddy Garrity absolutely screaming along there in his tiny build. Got the bit between the teeth today, that's for sure. I'm sure he'll put it down to all of the good products that he sells off on the shelf there at IGA at Port Broughton. So you can see the light starting to fade just a little bit here. Getting some very good vision out of Adams Aerial Services there. See, the dust is starting to blow away a little bit from us. This is what we hoped for all day. And that sounds a bit Chevy to me. Indeed it is. This will be the 96 of Joel Gataletta. No, it's not. I'm not very much mistaken. Yes, I am very much mistaken. It's Robbie Gataletta. This is the problem with their identical cars. You can't see the roof number. But these two brothers battling it out today. They're having a great tussle between the two of them. So thank you very much for coming out here today. We'd like to thank everyone for watching online too. Hopefully you'll be able to replay it if you can't hang around and watch it all. It's the beauty of YouTube. Big Bad BD's YouTube channel being utilised today for the Mini Pave 250. Coming up, the Waftam Racing Machine. This is Rich Andrews and his daughter, Jamie, completing their first lap in this heat. It's like our drone coming in for a battery change. Here comes the Jimco champion. See if I can get that right. I think I can. That's Joel Gadaletta. His dad, Frank, navigating, pushing hard, trying to catch up to his brother. But coming through for a finish here with his 2 laps, Kyle Tucker with Ian Wedding. Superb drive in their Jimco 2000 model. Well done, fellas. Will they be the representatives of South Australia in the Northern Territory versus South Australia Challenge? Only time will tell. So there we are. Toby Ryman comes in there. He might have made up a little bit of time on Kyle Tucker. Another one of the front runners here for South Australia. Here comes the Jamaica Express. And coming in to complete their second lap, Gary Curtis. The filmer delivery has been made on time, marked urgent. Deliver, redone. So we've got our split screen at the moment. The drone's waiting for another battery by the look of it. Here comes the saw buggy number 164. Hardly ever do you see a DNF by his name. Well done to Darryl Nissen and Andrew Harness once again. Yes, a cameraman having the fun time of trying to get the focus to work when you've still got dust in front of you. Very difficult and trying conditions like this here. But you can see a beautiful landscape shot there, all the samphire bushes growing wild, of course, hence the name Samphire Road. You can see some of their product there on the split screen arrangement. Of course, you've got the man, the myth, the legend. Of course, that is the world's greatest navigator, Ian Budgie Langsford. The sticker's still available there from that's Stephen Schultz going on. No, it's not. That's Matt Ridley. Motorcycle engine was making a bit hard. That's all right. Now here comes a Honda. Yep, David Adams. David off for another lap as the 2BR racing machine, the Ridge Racing Frame Joker V8 comes through for his second lap. Well done. Adams Aerial Services, quick battery change, and he's back up again, giving us some superb vision there. This is Michael Parham coming home to complete his second lap. Only their first season of racing, getting quicker and quicker every time they come out. Well done to that crew. Well, it looks like they're going for another lap. That was only their first lap. Very difficult with very little information here to process. What have we got now? We've got a screaming tiny built machine, that's for sure. I can tell you that much. Oh, yes. That there is the screaming Paddy Garrity. The sports light. They've just burst a whole heap of party poppers they had the shelf there at IGA Port Broughton to celebrate. Their bosses finishing so fast here so far this weekend, having a great run. Oh, here comes the Gadaletta there. That's Robbie. Few people online there asking the question, how are the races in 1027, Jim Shep? Where there was going to be Alan Stark, but it's Aaron Promnitz, and they're fine. No troubles at all. Just probably a little bit embarrassed is usually the biggest injury that you suffer in those situations. Safety equipment on these cars is fantastic. And that wasn't a high-speed corner. They might have been doing maybe 40 kilometres an hour, maybe 50. Anything above that, you can understand it might be fairly major, but they already backed off a lot of that speed in going left, going right, and it was only a very slow roll over, so probably even less speed than that. We can only guess at what speeds people are doing out here. There's not many people run speedos in these cars. A couple of people did back in the day, but geez, did they get laughed at. But the 137 here of Rich Andrews with his daughter Jamie going through to complete. You can see the lights are getting rather bright now on these cars. Give you an idea of the sun setting around us slightly. Yeah, so everyone's all okay with that incident there we saw today. I'm sure some people used to just roll over for fun just to show off back in the day. So here comes Paul Tinger. He's having a ripper run here in his Southern Cross. Still wants to keep going. That's keen. He's leading our South Australian Motorsport Australia State Championship. 100 points and 100 points for 2 class wins. He's doing very well. He'll probably, don't know if he's going to next national, but either way, having a great run in that car. Thanks to Spitwater Australia for their support to him. Now here comes, speaking of pushing it to the limit, Tony Waitley with Doug Carthew absolutely flying there, quite literally over the jump, pedal to the metal, coming through to finish there 2 laps. Got rid of the misfire that happened to them earlier today. And wow, was that car flying. Speaking of flying, here comes Joel Gadaletta being hunted down by a drone pilot there. Action Adam of Adams Aerial Services. Well done to the 96 Jimco champion. If you have a look at the drone footage, you can see the dust being actually pushed down, which is an interesting effect. You hardly get to imagine what's going on out there, but you can see the wind is slowly pushing it towards the ground, which is not a bad thing if you want to recover all of the dirt that's going in the air, but a little bit difficult for Adams Aerial Services to fly through that zone. It looks like we've got the Jamaica Express here. Ben McNamara and Wayne Pascoe. He had a ripper last lap there before. Got down to 11.28, which was, or 11.31, I should say. It was only a few seconds away from Joel Gadaletta's time. So starting to get used to the Honey Badger. So all the team over there at Tumbly Bay at Jamaica headquarters will be cheering. Made quite an impact over there in Eyre Peninsula with his racetrack. Successful farmer. Got one very good setup over there next to Tumbly Bay. So as we said before, if you're early next year, make sure you get over to the destination race at Jamaica, Tumbly Bay, South Australia. Getting used to using the gears to pull up here. Having a great time, I'd say. He was pretty pumped this morning when I had a quick chat. Introducing me to all the new guys that come over, and it's all right. It's all good. We know who's who. That makes my job easier. Like I said, bail me up. Talk to me. Send me a message on Snapchat or... no, not Snapchat. Won't answer that. Send me a message on Facebook Messenger. Send me a friend's request. I'm a rather friendly person. And I'll be very happy to have a bit of a chat with you. There's a reason they lock me in the commentary box all day long. I have quite a laugh because of the volume of my voice. I've got a lot of neighbours that are very curious of what I get up to in my shed. And they quite often say, via rumours that you get, he talks to himself all the time. They cannot hear the hands-free person on the phone. So I'll chat to people for hours and hours. It's really annoying to a lot of people, but you'll find a majority of people say, but it was entertaining to listen to him all day long. I think the longest one I had when we did a 3-day event here, 3 days of talking, and luckily for me, the voice held up. No one threw any rocks at me because, hey, let's face it, there's not very many rocks around here. So it's been an absolute pleasure to be in your ear again. I want to take the opportunity to thank all of our volunteers here, the Barclay clan and all of their team. Just been working around the clock here to make sure everything runs smoothly. Thank you very much to them. Our ambulance people on the sidelines here, ready to go at any moment. Very quick on the scene there to take back our rollover people. It's just mandatory to do that. I've done that myself, and you feel a bit stupid, but they go over and do all these cognitive tests. And as long as you pass all that, it's all good. So thank you very much to all of our recovery crews that are out there. Watching Matt Ridley go past in his Ridge Racing Frame Joker, the sports light, screaming towards a finish here. (1088) machine, home safe. Here comes David Adams. Well, here's a turn for the books. Our event officials have decided this is all we're going to do for today. It's getting too dark to run the next heat. So they've asked me to inform everybody out there that they'll run heat 2 tomorrow morning. So tomorrow's going to be a little bit longer day. But hey, that's what we want. That's the good part of off-roading. We want everyone to get their money's worth. It does cost a lot of money to come and travel to these events. So unforeseen circumstances can hold up the race, but I must say congratulations to all of our officials in doing a top job here, making sure everybody can get a run. So that's Michael Parham there and Stephen Mulder. Now they've definitely done 2 laps. So if you're listening out there, this will be the end of the racing for Saturday. We'll kick Heat 2 onto Sunday, and then we'll have extra laps after that. That's the advantage of having that time available, and due to safety concerns, that it's just getting a little bit too dark. And as you can see from the drone footage, if you're watching online, the dust is just not moving. It's just hanging there, and it's hanging low. And that's not good for vision as well. So no lights will pierce through that dust. It's now being forced down. The dew is on its way. We were supposed to get some thunderstorms they were predicting, but doesn't look like that's going to happen at the moment, maybe later this evening. And that'll be handy for wetting down the track somewhat. So thanks to everybody for being out here today. I hope you enjoyed the event. As I said, we'll be back here tomorrow morning at 8:20 is our scheduled start time. So it looks like all our officials are starting to come back in. It looks like the race has been called. So thanks for watching online there today. And you want to have a look, it'll be a little while, but YouTube will allow this back on Big Bad Beef's website. If you want to know the link there, have a look for it, the Mini Pave 250. I don't know if they have time to link it there today, but have a look at my site, Lyndon Wilson, Lyndon, and you'll get the right Lyndon Wilson. And you'll see me and Ben in the old 653 race car. That's the correct Facebook page. My other one was hacked and Facebook won't restore it. So I can't even access it. And yet you can, I can't, which is pretty crazy. So the hackers have got control of that. So apologies if you suddenly realise, hang on, I used to be friends with you. That's correct, used to be. I still am friends with you, but used to be friends with you on that Facebook page that they won't let me back into. And it's not just me. There is thousands of people that have suffered a similar consequence of what? Being popular somewhat. I don't think I am that popular in order to be targeted, but unfortunately, a lot of these scammers don't like the fact that we blocked them and cause them all sorts of trouble. I had a full scammer on me last night after we mentioned it, and took a little bit to get rid of that, but we got rid of it. So thank you very much for your patience. And if you want to find any more information, as I said, Lyndon Wilson on Facebook, or you can find me on YouTube, but you'll probably find Big Bad BD easy, and that's where all the coverage is from today. Thank you very much for attending the event. Please tell your family and friends. If you've got some social media pictures and everything, upload them. Put a notification to the Mini Pave 250 so we can all enjoy it. So thanks again, and we'll see you tomorrow.